पाकिस्तान में पहली बार पबजी मोबाइल का जुनून पहुंचा है कॉलेज कैंपस पर। अपना स्क्वाड जमा करें और अपनी कैंपस की नुमाइंदगी करें। लड़िए अपने विकार के लिए। दाव पर हैं $30,000।
All right, well, here we are finally once again to get things started off in, of course, the PMCC. I mean, yes, it is Pubgmobile, but this is the campus championship where things are going to be incredibly awesome. But Phoenix,
Yep.
how are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good, and thanks a lot, Blotter, for this warm welcome. I'm excited as well because if we talk about the last 3 days, right, of the PMCC Pakistan Championship, all the three groups were so good. All the six group was so good. Let's see how these two groups are going to perform today.
Exactly. We've got Group 7 and Group 8 going to be part of this. And along with that, it is a huge thanks, of course, to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Move that conversation towards the prize pool itself. Phoenix, take over, mate. We've got some massive prize pool, eh?
Because yeah, that's true. We have $30,000 for this season. The first place, the team who's just gonna secure first place, they are going to get $10,000. Second place, you're going to get $5,000. Third place, you're going to get $3,200. On the fourth and fifth place, you're going to get $1,700. 6 to 7th, you'll get $1,200. And 8 to 9th, you'll get $1,000. And 10 to 16, you'll get only $500. So an MVP of the tournament, you'll also get $500. So you know what? The main thing is, if you finished on 16th, if you finished on the first, you'll get at least some amount of money.
That is true, dude. There is a lot of money at stake. There's a lot of pride at stake. And eventually, when you talk about the games, well, till now, the games have been really good. But eventually, we'll have to see how Group 7 and 8 are going to be performing. Because eventually, again, we've got so many groups. Yes, we've got so many teams. But only 64 of these lads are going to get selected. Move that conversation towards aggression, which again till now Phoenix we've seen very, very short of. There's not a lot of aggression being showcased by these teams, but hopefully as we move on along, there will be a lot of kills, there will be a lot of points being distributed.
Yeah, Treds. That's true. And just because of that, let's have a look at the point system. And it's pretty standard point system. For the first place, if you get the chicken dinner, you'll get 15 points, then 12, then 10, then 8, 6, 4, 2, 1. 13 to 16 position, if you're just going to finish on 13 to 16 position, you'll not able to get a single placement point.
Oh, yes.
But for one kill, you'll get 1 point. And it is going to help you a lot, because if you're going to finish at 13 position, but still you'll manage to claim 4 kills, still you're going to get 4 points, and it's still good.
It most certainly is, mate. No two ways about it. But eventually, also the conversation is, where exactly is the circle going to be pushing these teams towards? What do we expect from Group 7 and Group 8? Which team, or rather which group, is going to be dominating amongst these games? Because after all, it is a flight and fight response sort of a situation right now that we're stuck in. And these teams are going to have to utilize every single opportunity that they get to, get into or get on top of that aggression horse.
You have to be on top. But if we talk about all the groups, right? In Group 5, we have some teams who used utilities. They used utilities on the peak, right? Every single knock, every single molly, if they just want to convert that knock into a kill, they use those utilities. And that's really, really good. They're not relying only on gunpowder. They are using those nades as well as molly so perfectly. And I'm expecting the same from these two groups as well.
Well, that is the case. Of course, when you talk about the groups itself, we've got some incredible names being coming out right here when it comes to Group 7 and Group 8. I mean, the names that these teams end up selecting for themselves, right? It is just incredible. We've got Nightmares, we've got DraCula, we've got some... wonderful names indeed, but the entire conversation always will be brought down towards what is their gameplay going to be, right? What sort of synergy do they have when it comes to these teams itself? With that, when we are talking about the teams, let's move on along and have a look at these squad rosters themselves.
True. If we talk about the squad roster of Group 7, we have DraCula, QR Force 2, Team G69, and teammates, like they have a very very simple team name. If we talk about the next four teams, we have Team Envy, Futuristic X, Seksi, as well as Team 8X. I like these two names, and we have other four teams as well. Sorry all, Team Thugs, Assaulter, as well as Team Scary. Let's see how these four teams are going to perform. And other four set of teams are Team Nightmares, Team Envoys, Chapad Ganju, and No Sympathy. So all the teams, kind of every single team, they have an interesting name, but they have to show some interesting game as well.
Exactly, mate. No Sympathy and Chapad Ganju right there. I mean, come on. There's no two ways about it, right? I have to follow a team with that name. There is a little bit of bias being created right here, but hopefully that should be the case as I'm bringing this up, because their gameplay, as you so beautifully said, the gameplay should be on point with that. Let's move on to the schedule and find out what are we to expect from today's games.
True. Let's have a look at the schedule. That how many games they are going to play today. For Group 7, they are going to play 3 games today, and for Group 8, the same thing. They also have to play 3 games today. First game, it is going to be Erangel, then Sanhok, then Miramar, and it's the same thing for Group 8. So all the groups, they have to play 9 games in total, and today they are going to play 3 games. So you know what? The first game, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a little passive, because they just want to see from where all the teams are going to land, where they start rotating, where is their, where they love to drop, where they start looting those utilities. And that's the most important thing right now, because you are going to play for the first time in front of these other, against each other, basically.
Exactly, mate. So beautifully said. Because yes, today they're going to be playing those 3 games, but move that conversation towards the entirety of the saga. Well, let's hope that these 2 groups are going to be bringing their A-game dominating performance today. With that, let's get busy with match number 1. It is, of course, going to be on Erangel, and you talk about the flight path. This is looking fabulous, because you've got the entire map being divided in between, and this is going to be looking real good.
True, it is looking really good, and now it's your co-pilot Phoenix. And if we talk about the plane part, it's from the right side of the Severny towards the southern side of the military area. I really want to see a first zone forming towards the Gatka side, or it's favoring those that hospital area as well as Curry side, because I love to see a western side zone. And if we talk about one team, they're just moving towards the Kameshki area. If we talk about that particular area, you'll not get a huge, you'll not get a good amount of loot out there, but you'll get decent amount of loot. At least you can fight for your right, and you'll have a good fight. But if you want a level 3 kit, if you want a decent loot, like if you want a decent combination like a M416 and a DP, you should go near that Pochinki, Yasnaya, Rozhok area. You'll get a good amount of loot out there.
Absolutely, mate. Right now, when we look on towards the map side, well, all the teams are certainly bifurcating themselves onto the entire map, and this is looking phenomenal, and this is going to be perfect, because after all, these teams slowly and steadily will need to, as you so beautifully mentioned, need to get themselves set up with the perfect loot that's going to work in their favor. But talking about the loot, yes, the loot is going to be very crucial, but so much more crucial is going to be the circle, and the circle is going to be moving on down towards the side of Georgiapol and Gatka being the center of the circle right now. And the teams that are looking comfortable, or rather, let's talk about the teams that are not going to be looking comfortable, are going to be the ones that are down towards military base, as well as down towards the eastern side of the map for now. Phoenix.
True, and basically they are just going to their favorite drop location. In a competitive level, if we are just playing on a huge level right now, this is PMCC Pakistan. Teams usually prefer those hot drops if they are confident. If this is going to be a first match, players usually think about this thing that whatever, we're just gonna do a hot drop, and if they are going to be 2 to 3 teams, we have to engage in some fight, we have to engage in some early fights, and whatever, just we are going to get eliminated. So right now we talk about Team 23, which is Team Envoys. They are going to focus on rotation. They are going to rotate first. They are just going to loot those individual compounds. And if we talk about individual compounds, you're going to get some decent amount of loot there. And if we talk about this team, DraCula, finally, they drop down and they are going to start looting.
Oh yes, I'm liking the name right here. We've got Hellfire, we've got Joker being the IGL from the team. Move that conversation down towards Envoy right here. And this is where we've got Mohammad Haris Khan being the IGL for the team. And he's the one who's going to be dominating his team towards victory. Hopefully getting themselves the perfect chicken dinner, getting themselves towards the comfort zone that they want to be in. As of now, of course, Envoy is looking really solid into the circle, but right now it's really early to even talk about all of this, right? Because after all, when you talk about all the teams are looking absolutely comfortable in their own drop locations, but as the circle starts closing in, as the circle starts pushing them along, that is where things are going to get tricky. But for now, this is looking just absolutely perfect for all the teams, because there's absolutely no early contestation apart from the Milta Power region, where we can see 90M bringing in some sort of aggression towards the other team. Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, true. It's still a question. Maybe we are going to witness a fight. But right now, after 18 seconds, the first zone is just going to close in. And if we talk about this particular zone, that Georgia Pool Mountain it is going to be very, very crucial, because first of all, you're going to get the height advantage. You can spot down the teams very easily. You can steal the kills as well. And if you're just going to knock out a player pretty far away, you can still spot him and you can still finish him off. But for that, you have to get a 6x scope or a 4x or a 3x, so that you can, spot down players if they are, they are very far away from you. And if we talk about this team, Team Envy, they are near that Nova Repnoi containers, and I'm damn sure they are going to get a good amount of loot there. But they have to perform well as well, because this is going to be your first game, and this is going to decide the momentum as well, that how you just have to play in the second and the third matches. Because if first game it's going to be good, if you're just going to collect some decent amount of points, then you can play passive in those second and the third game. But if it's not going to be good, you have to play aggressive from the start of the match. You start picking up some kills, you start going for those early skirmishes.
Exactly, Phoenix. And for now, well, you talk about early skirmishes. That is going to be a tough luck for us, because all the teams are so very much divided onto the entirety of the map. Along with which, what I'm noticing is, of course, the number of teams that have been able to be a part of this flight path and get down towards the map of Erangel. We've only got 12 teams. And what I'm questioning right now, Phoenix, is Chapad Ganju even part of this? Honestly, dude, I mean, come on. Chapad Ganju, do not leave me behind. What is happening, mates?
The main thing is, we both are just looking for that one team, because they have an interesting team name, because it's just attracting. That their name is funny, but what if they're just going to get some chicken dinner? What if they're going to annihilate the lobby? This is going to be really, really funny for us as well. But right now, every single team, they are looking pretty strong, because right now they're just focusing on looting, and some teams, they are doing some early rotation. And let me tell you one thing, Potter, that early rotations are one of the biggest thing which is going to decide if you're going to get a decent amount of points, or you're going to get the first team who will get eliminated.
Exactly, mate. But talking about them teams as well, because again, you move on down towards the game itself. Right now, we've got 12 teams part of the lobby, and they are slowly and steadily, of course, getting themselves comfortable within their own areas and zones, and going to be making those rotations working in their favor. But eventually, you bring that conversation down towards these teams, right? Yes, we spoke about Chapad Ganju. Till now, we've only got that first circle. That is also fair and square. There's nothing being changed over there. But there's no early skirmishes happening alongside all of this. So move that conversation down towards the teams, as I was just mentioning. Yes, we spoke about Chapad Ganju. Another team that I do want to talk about is going to be As Alters. Now, the name itself dominates the lobby, right? There's no two ways about it. I mean, if this team brings in the proper aggression from their side, which is, of course, going to be from the IGL of the team, that's going to be Mohammad Bilal Khalida. And that guy, hopefully, if he's able to bring that dominating streak for his team, the Assaulters, oh, well, it's not actually Assaulters, because they are Alters. They're going to be altering some asses in the group, in the lobby, is what I'm hoping. But are they even here? I don't see AA. Sad. What is happening?
And I'm just looking out for another team, and their name is Seksi. They have the 16 number team slot, and I just really want to see these interesting names, and we can just have a look at this cinematic, this beautiful view, this
I'm
beautiful
sorry,
top view.
all. I'm sorry, all. Phoenix, come on. You cannot be bringing in that sort of conversation down towards this official, wonderful looking tournament right here, of course, because when you go down towards those sort of names, is when things go wrong, mate.
Okay. So, right now, the main thing is the first zone is just gonna close it, and
Finally.
Team DC. Finally, yeah, finally, we can see that team started rotating, and this is really crucial for them because Team DC, they're just moving towards that hospital area. And you know what? If you just want to be inside the center of the safe zone, if you just want to be in the core of the safe zone, you can be the center of the attraction as well. And at that time, if you're not going to figure out how you want to how you want to engage in a fight, you could be in a big trouble.
I'm liking the fact I just connected the dots. I'm sorry, my mind is working slow today, but DC towards hospital, that is, of course, going to be the team DraCula. And Joker is the man, the legend, the myth, the one from the universe that is going to be bringing in some dominating streak for himself because the circle is working in his favor. Plus, they are in the center of that
Yep.
circle. And also, I love the universe of DC. Please get
Oh,
that chicken dinner.
yeah, I know. You know, whenever you start talking about DC, right, you love how they, make those videos. But right now, the movies, my bad. But at this position, Team 14, one player, that pistol, he was on only 1% HP. Finally, just healed him up, and right now they are outside of the safe zone. They're 1,300 meters far away from the safe zone. What do you think, Lord? Is this good or not? Because you have to cover that huge amount of distance, and what if any team's just gonna gatekeep for you?
You know what? When it comes to Envy, again, I am so stuck on the names today. The way they've got their names set up. I mean, yes, we're talking about Envy. Other teams are probably going to be envious of their names because they've got Sex Pistols in there. One of the best bands that I was part of, the era that I was part of, and that is going to be Sex Pistols right there. And for that, I do want to lay down all my goodwill towards Envy that they will make it, mate. They are going to
Okay.
have to make it because of the name.
Okay,
Or I'm going to be envious.
I agree with the point. Let's see if they are going to perform well. Meanwhile, Absor, okay, he just collected the loot from the drop. He got a level 3 kit, and this is really good because if you're just collecting those luxurious weapon from the airdrop, it is going to help you a lot in the final stages of the match. What if we're just going to get Groza? If we talk about Groza, it's one of the deadliest weapon in PUBG Mobile. Firing rate is insane, and the damage is also incredible.
Exactly, and that is going to be crucial for the teams. But for now, finally, it seems like we are going to be getting into some early skirmishes from the side of Envoy going against DC. I was just mentioning DC, and we've got Joker, we've got Hellfire, we've got Deadline, who seems to be in the crosshair. But will there be any fights coming in from the side of Envoy, Admire, as well as Red? It seems like no is the answer for now, but of course, the conversation is going to be based on they want to get that chicken dinner. They want to be working towards getting themselves comfortably into a zone, into a spot that's going to work in their favor. For now, Envoy is in the open areas, and taking that fight against DC could very well backfire for them. So it seems like they're going to be walking away from the situation. But will DC just retaliate? No, they will not. All right. That is okay. We've got 12 minutes into the game as of now, and things are looking pretty stagnant for the moment.
Finally, Deadline just want to break that silence right now. Just want to engage in some fights, but Envoy, they just ran away. They don't want to engage in any fight because right now every single team just if we talk about the prize pool is pretty massive, and every team just going for that $10,000. If we talk about Creepy, I think so he got knocked out, and right now he just healed him up. And Foxy is the one who's just going to knock out Exotic by his grenade.
Absolutely, and finally we're getting into some skirmishes, which is where we see CG taking on the action towards the side of Foxy, and Foxy has been brought down, as you so perfectly mentioned. But on the other side, of course, CG is also going to have to reviving their own teammate, where Bobby and Virgil are the ones who are going to be bringing the aggression to the side of Psycho. Foxy is down, Hamoud is down. This is going to be an all-out war.
True, Chapad Ganju, they're looking pretty strong. Foxy is he's just bleeding out right now. But at this moment, Team Tugs, they just brought down to only 3 players, because I don't think so that Foxy there is no chance that he is going to get a revive. Psycho, he is on his full health. He's on 100% health. Amu just healed him. Meanwhile, Virgil, the kill confirmation is here. Virgil got that kill, and at this moment, Chapad Ganju, they are looking pretty strong. And what? Thugs just backed off. They don't want to continue the fight.
I told you, Phoenix, I told you. Hey, never mind that conversation, because as we move on towards the side of Clone Devil, they're the ones who bring in the annihilating play towards the side of DC. DC did have the circle working in their favor. They were in the center of the circle. They got the compound as well, but Clone right now are in the open and they are taking a fight. Will they be able to get this working in their favor? Another conversation to bring up during this fight is going to be the fact that Clone is all together circulated on towards that hill, all of them together, and that is something that DC could very well capitalize in their favor if they try and get a flank working, if they get some utilities working. Clone could be at the receiving end.
Okay, and at this moment, the zone that shift from the side of the zone is pretty awesome, because if we talk about it, just shift towards the northern side of the George Pool area, just favoring those apartments. I love to witness an urban finish, but let's see if my wish got fulfilled. Meanwhile, all the teams right now focusing on the rotations. Team Envoy is also there, just going from the George Pool apartments bridge, and right now the altars, they are from the bridge area. What if they're just going to do a bridge camp? They'll get some decent amount of kills here.
Absolutely, mate. That is going to be true right now as the teams work on towards getting themselves comfortable in the zone. We've got 15 minutes in the game right now. Third zone almost done. We're going to be moving on down, and we shall have to see where exactly is these teams going to be pushing down the aggression towards. But talking about the aggression, finally, all the teams are picking up their pace, and this is where Psycho is going to be pretty much bridge camping towards the side of Clone, and that is going to be crucial for themselves, because again, you talk about points, this is where the points are going to be distributed. You get one kill, that one kill will be divided into that 1 point, and that is going to be the most crucial thing. But what team will be able to walk away? What team is not? Let's find out.
Let's find out, and after some time, our question we are going to get the answer of our question. Meanwhile, Team Envy and the players of Team Tugs, as well as the players of Futuristic X, they are on the edge of the blue zone. They have to move inside the zone, because after 40 seconds, the blue zone just start closing in. Meanwhile, DC Joker got knocked out, and as well as Hellfire also got knocked out. Emerge of Team Futuristic X, he is looking pretty strong, because he already knocked out 2-player Deadline. He is on the back lines right now. He just want to run away, just taking a lot of damage of the blue zone, and right now he just ran away, which is a good thing, because I think so he's the last hope for his team.
Absolutely. For now, DC need to be working towards, just survival. Survival is going to be the most crucial thing. Even if you're the last man surviving, which absolutely is correct for the side of Deadline from DC, he will have to work towards those placement points perhaps, and that also could very well result in the team working towards getting some really good position onto that storyboard. But move the conversation towards the south of Georgia Pole, where there is still Psycho stuck, and he is bringing kills in his favor. He is topping the rotation coming in from the other team, and this is phenomenal. Along with that, you talk about Psycho, he is a part of a 3-man army right now, and he's the only man surviving.
True, and you know what? He's the last hope as well. Let's see how he's going to perform. If you talk about performance, Futuristic X, they just want to engage in some fights. They really want to engage in some fights. Meanwhile, Absa, okay, he knocked out Baker, and he's about to knock out another player. But that pressure they apply towards the side of Futuristic X is pretty insane. Meanwhile, the kill feed is not stopping. QRF, NS, these teams are just want to earn some kills, want to get some kills. They're knocking out some players, as well as 2 players of QRF got eliminated.
Well, QRF certainly is in the receiving end, but move that conversation towards the side of DC. Deadline, who was trying to make that final iteration for himself, has been stopped in his tracks thanks to 90M, and move that towards once again this part of this map where indeed it is Envy, Sex Pistols, the name that we discussed earlier, working towards getting some aggression down towards the Chapad Ganjus. Please do not do so, Sex Pistol. Please do not do so. That's going to be not the way I want you to behave, please, Sex Pistol. But move that towards the team itself, right? You've got Envy, all 4 players alive. That's going to be crucial. That's going to be very, very crucial. On the other side, we just saw right now FTC bring in some aggression towards the side of Envy, but that was retaliated with perfectly controlled aggression from the side of Envy, and that worked in their favor. That will leave, well, this team with only 1 player surviving. That's going to be from the side of FTC.
True, Emerge OP is the one just hiding in a, hiding in that bridge, hiding below that bridge. But right now, 90M and Envy, they're very close to each other. And Reaper, he just got eliminated from the lobby. And look at the position of Psycho Blotter. He's on the edge. He's on the edge of the safe zone, on the northern side of the safe zone. If this safe zone just gonna help him out, maybe he can survive for so long. But right now, the airdrop is dropping out near that squad house. But CG, Chapad Ganju, they are in the core of the zone till now. The zone is just going to shrink in just a couple of seconds. Okay, let's just take a southern side shift. So Envy, they might win this map.
Absolutely, mate. That certainly is looking like to be the case. But what team is bringing that synergistic performance for themselves? What team is bringing the conversations and the communication within the team for themselves? What sort of information is being, conveyed is going to be the most crucial thing. But that is now when we got down towards the teams that are in the open, towards the teams that are, well, they've found themselves some compound.
Yep.
They've got that circle working in their favor. But will that be enough is what we shall have to find out.
True. Meanwhile, Envoy, they are the only team who got the highest amount of kills at this moment. They are alive as well. 4 men are still there. They also got 4 kills. Meanwhile, QB Jan just pinned down Hannan behind that UAZ. He burst out that UAZ, but he was he know that Hannan knew that he has to run away. Otherwise, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, we talk about trouble situation. TeamTES, they got pinned down by the teams who are moving inside the safe zone.
Well, that was Envy bringing in some retaliation towards the side of TES, but right now move the conversation towards the Chapad Ganjus, and they have found, Virgil is the one who has found perfect turn of events for him, because after all, what he needs right now are some utilities that he does not have, sadly, but they could very well be bringing that aggression towards the side of this team, which has just tried to push on alongside their compound. And Clone, you are not going to be happy, mate, because Chapad Ganjus are going to be pushing on along. Exotic seems to be moving along with some perfectly controlled, annihilating play.
True. Annihilating play. Exotic just to confirm that kill instantly, and right now, by the looks of it, Alters, they are not looking pretty strong. Exotic brought down to only 5 HP. Absa just just gonna confirm that kill of Team Zeus, and Chapad Ganju, they are looking pretty strong because they eliminated a whole team. Meanwhile, 90M Seksi knocked out 1 player. NS Alex is 101. He's just also going to knock out 1 player. And Envoy Obijan is looking pretty strong. He just taking cover of that tree. Just gonna bloom out some smoke to make an extra cover.
Well, for now, that certainly seems to be working in his favor. That, of course, smoke being popped as well is going to be working for them, but they are at the edge of the zone for now. TES is the team that this team is going to be bringing down, and they are going to be able to do so absolutely comfortably. It is Red bringing in Red play for his team. They've got all 3 players down from the side of TES. They are going to be working towards those points, and now this entire edge is going to be theirs. There's no team coming in from the back end as they move on towards the circle. This is going to be tough though, because if they're on top of that hill, yes, for the time being, they will be able to utilize it. But as they move on along, that is when things are going to get a bit tricky. But move on the conversation towards Chapad Ganju. Well, they seem to be making my name proud.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Envoy admire Chapad Ganju, the one who just want to dish out a lot of damage over the side of Team Envy. And Envoy now, they are doing the same thing. Hash, he is on very low HP, he's just bleeding out, and I think so Johnny is the one who just couldn't confirm that kill. But right now, the main thing is CG, they have to move inside the zone. Envy, they have to move inside the zone, as well as Team Envoy. And Emerge OP, he is still surviving for his team, which is really, really important for him, because he is the last hope. Admire is going to revive his teammate. Adil is just going to win. He's the one just going to knock out Virgil. And CG, it seems like they are not looking good.
Well, it certainly is. Envoy, the one that we just spoke about, they were on top of that hill. They were working towards getting themselves into the zone, and right now, as they do so, they seem to have found their targets, and that target is going to be Chapad Ganju, that I'm not too happy about. But they are in the process of Envy as well, and Envy will not let them go on that easy. Envy is going to be on towards a tough luck situation as they try and make this station, because they are out in the open. They've only got that one rock, and as they move on down towards that one rock, one after the other, all three of them have been brought down. There's only one more lad surviving, and Admire seems to be like, you know what, mate, I am done. I'm going to be crossing the rock. Please let me exit the lobby. And they have.
Exotic just burst down that buggy and just eliminated the whole team of Envoy. And Exotic, he's not stopping. Another knockout coming from the side of Exotic. Absol, he's in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Exotic already collected 6 kills for himself. Allen is the one just gonna eliminate Soul. And look at the position of Allen. He is inside that buggy, spotted down one player of Chapad Ganju and just finished him off. Meanwhile, Envy, one player is still surviving, and his name is X-Pixel. He is behind that boat, and finally he sat down inside that boat, and just because of that, his position got revealed, his position got compromised, and he brought down to only 10% HP.
Exactly. For now, though, when you talk about the circle, right? You talk about the circle, there seems to be teams who are going to be working things in their favor, and that's going to be 9TM right now. And that is going to be Offendem bringing in some perfectly controlled aggression for his team. They've got 2 kills. They are also a 3-man squad for the moment, and they are, from the looks of it, going to be the ones who might be able to get this game working in their favor as the circle closes on down towards the 6th zone. 25 minutes in, we've got so many teams who've only got 1 man surviving, 1 man knocked. This is going to be pretty crucial for 9TM to be able to convert it into their favor, but will they be able to do so?
Alien is the one who just used that buggy. You know what? That 500 IQ gameplay coming from the side of Alien is pretty good, and that's what No Sympathy need right now. Right now they need Sympathy because they are just brought down to only one player. Whereas Alien just doing his work perfectly. Now we're brought down to only 4 teams at this moment. Nightmares, they are looking pretty strong because they. Okay, now I was about to say that they have that compound hold, but the safe zone is not favoring them. Chapad Ganju, they are inside the safe zone, and Emerge is still there. So these are the 2 men for their team. Could not able to survive for so long. Allen just he has been taken out. Meanwhile, Bob trying to dish out a lot of damage towards Mexi, and Exotic is the one who's gonna pick him off.
Well, with that, 9TM has only 2 men surviving. That's going to be Chapad Ganju 2-man versus 2-man from the 9TM side. And this is Offendem from 9TM making that push towards the side of Exotic. Will he be able to convert those kills? No, he will not, because Exotic is the one who will convert those kills in his favor. With that, it is knock after knock coming in from the side of CG, and they seem to be doing it pretty perfectly. Wait, mate, where exactly did that go? It seems like it was... Okay. It seems like, yes, the grenades are going to be on point, and Johnny is the one who's at the receiving end. For now, FTC, as well as the other lad from the side, is going to be the one who is left. But who will get this game? We've got 3 teams remaining. For now, Chapad Ganju, 9TM 1-man surviving, as well as FTC's Emerge, the only lads. So this has converted into an all-out war from these sides, but... who will get the chicken? We've got 2 teams remaining now. Chapad Ganju, the team that we were talking about. Yes, right off the bat. I'm liking this, mate.
Yeah, same here right now. But at this moment, they have Chapad Ganju, they have the manpower, and they already collected 13 kills for themselves. Emerge, he is in the back lines, and the zone is also closing in. CG, they didn't know where the player is, where he is hiding, and Emerge just gonna heal him up, just gonna boost him up. He has that level 2 kit, he has that AKM, but he don't has any type of heal except those 4 bandages. But Exotic, 1 grenade, and he can finish him off, and he can finish Emerge right now. Emerge spotted him down, and this is going to be a stare-down competition between these two players. I think so. Exotic, he might know that he is hiding behind that rock.
Well, I just keep my fingers crossed that Emerge does not emerge himself from behind that rock, because that's going to be really detrimental for his position for now. But of course, as you bring that conversation, he has the information. He has all the information, but sadly, all he's got is that smoke as far as the utilities are concerned from the looks of it, and that is not the way he wants to be able to convert this fight in his favor. But let's see how exactly is he going to be able to bring this down, because Bob from the side of Chapad Ganju do not have any idea, but now it has been given away. It is Chapad Ganju's Exotic who's going to be bringing the victim the wonderful chicken dinner in his favor, and boy oh boy, talk about it. First time getting into the zone, first time for Blotter casting the CC, the Ganju casting the Chapad Ganjus is working, annihilating plays. Hey, there you go, you got the chicken dinner for the first game.
Yeah, with decent amount of kills as well. They already secured 14 kills as well as plus 15 points, which is equal to 29 total points. And I can see Blotter, he was so happy that he just wanted to enjoy that chicken dinner with, with the sweet, right?
That is true. I mean, I have to do it, right? There's no two ways about it. There needs to be a little bit of honey in that sweetness, and to bring up that sweetness, rather, is what I'm trying to say. But we've got one game done. Group 7 still has 2 more games remaining. Chapad Ganjus, do not let my head down, mates. Do not let my head down is the conversation that I'll bring up. But alongside that, another thing to bring up with Phoenix is going to be the fact that we only had a few select teams playing in this lobby. So the conversation is, where are the other teams, right? What are they doing?
The main thing is, 4 teams, they are outside of this Erangel map. Only 12 teams are there. I don't know what just happened. Maybe... there are a lot of factors behind it, but at this moment, Chapad Ganju secured a good position. And let me tell you one interesting fact, Blotter. Nightmares, I was looking out for this team, Nightmares. And you know what? Before this name, Phoenix Shivansh, my name was Nightmare Shivi. And I know it was not a good name. I know. That's why I just changed my name. It's still not perfect. That's why I was supporting.
Why, Phoenix? Why would you do that to yourself? But awesome. I hope you did not give nightmares to the small kids that were part of your small kid gang. But move that conversation towards Phoenix now is looking pretty good, mate. Is looking really dominating with the name, with the games working in your favor. But move that towards them teams. Yes, this is what I would be talking about, right? Because DraCula, they were there. We had DC. From Joker to, from Sex Pistol of Envy, they were all looking pretty comfortable in towards the zone. But then the aggression, as soon as that aggression started off, is where teams were being picked off one after the other. Now, that is something that group number 7 needs to be really careful of. Yes, you find yourself in a really good position. That's absolutely A-okay and fabulous, working in your favor. But you have to be able to convert that into good fights. Because if you do not, you are going to be faced with the consequences that DC did, sadly.
Yeah, true. I totally agree with the point. Teams like Envoy as well as Envy, they put up a good fight right now. But when they were moving inside the safe zone, they caught off guarded. They caught off guard by the team of Chapad Ganju, and just because of that, Exotic is the one who just blown down that vehicle, burst down that vehicle, and that's why he secured 4 kills at that point. Let's have a look at the match ranking and how many points Chapad Ganju secured for themselves, and how many teams. I love the way Blotter, you just express your feelings by those reactions.
Well, mate, it is just going to be the crucial thing, because after all, it is Chapad Ganju, the Ganjus speaking for themselves with the chicken dinner, getting their bellies all fulfilled. 14 kills to start the day off for them, 29 points to this team. Now, this is the reason why I was wanting to talk about the other teams that were not able to participate in this first game, because as the games go on, Group 7 only has 3 games. That is going to be really detrimental for the other teams, because if they do not chime in, these teams like Chapad Ganju, Futuristic X, No Sympathy, Envoy, all of them, Envy as well, they're going to be taking away those points that could very well have been the side of, sorry all, Team 8X, Seksi as you were bringing up, This is going to be the question, where are these teams? Hopefully, in the next 2 games, they will be able to join on along, but DC, DraCula, sad performance, mate.
true sad performance coming from the side of DraCula because they just secured only 1 point for themselves. Teammates Team Scary as well as these teams, tried their level best but could not able to perform that well. But let's see, they still have 2 games left, and I am still wondering that why and we couldn't, why they didn't push towards Chapad Ganju.
True, mate. That is so very true. I mean, even though it was a ludicrous push if they would have made it happen for themselves, but move that down towards the Oppo F19 Pro moments. This is where things started off. The aggression finally kicking in 15-minute marker of this game, and we saw so many teams slowly and steadily move on towards those perfectly controlled aggression in their favor. And this is where we saw Envoy try and bring in that aggression, but did it work in their favor? Well. They've still got 2 games remaining, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. At this moment, Exotic is the one just picking off a lot of players. And at this moment, I thought that Envoy, this team can shine. This team is the perfect team who is going to get a second dinner. But because we can see Adil just picked off Hash from pretty far away. The distance is pretty huge. But Adil, again, he's the one just, bent down the players of CG. But Sex Pistol is the one who's also dished out a lot of damage. Exotic, the way he plays, the way his accurate, the way his, that gun skills, that gun power, the way he plays is so good.
Exactly, mate. And this is where we move on down towards the final 2 teams remaining. We had Chapad Ganju's bringing in that action, that domination in their favor, and they were able to do so, walking away with 29 points from the lobby. That is a wonderful turnover wins for them. Of course, they've got a miraculous lead when it comes to the overall, and that is going to be working in their favor because after all, we've got 8 groups in total. They are going to have to keep on grinding, but eventually only 16 is what we're looking at. Yes, we have 128, that's the number, but only 16 teams will move on along, right?
Yep, only 16 teams will move forward in the phase 2. But now, every single team know that how other teams are going to play. We both know that Chapad Ganju, they are going to play very, very aggressive from the start of the game.
Well, I hope so. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed because I'm the one who's casting. Being a Ganju, It makes complete sense for me to, work on and keep my fingers crossed for the team. But alongside that, as we did discuss, we've got DC right there. We've got Envoy right there. We've got no Sympathy right there. I mean, these teams are looking really good, but now the map will change as they bring that aggression down towards a different map. But before they do so, we're going to go on a very, very short little break. Stick around, you lads. We're going to be right back.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, we are back once again. Group number 7, group number 8 are the games that we're going to be seeing today. But with that, Phoenix, what should we expect from group number 7? Because they've got one game done. Chapad Ganju's making my name proud. I'm feeling very happy and confident from this team. But move the conversation, as we were just talking about Envoy, as we were just talking about DC. What do you think should we expect from them?
I think so. Team Envy, they are going to get chicken dinner on this Sanhok map. But right now, we talk about the playing path is going from the southern side of the docks towards the northern side of the cow. And, teams can go to their favorite drop location because we all know that Sanhok map is not that large if we compare it from Erangel and Miramar. You can travel a huge amount of distance.
True.
Anywhere, if the plane path is anywhere, doesn't matter. But right now, we talk about 8X. They are just moving towards, I think so, Lakavi area. And yes, I'm right. Envoy just going towards the Paradise Resort. It is going to be very, very crucial because we all know in the Sanhok map, Paradise, Boot Camp, as well as Painan. These are some locations. At there, you will get a good amount of loot and a good amount of fights as well.
Well. With that, we've got the first circle being drawn on towards the map, and this is going to be really crucial because it seems like Envoy is going to be in the center. As you were just mentioning this team's name, they are the ones who seem to have been able to work this circle in their favor for the moment, or the luck seems to be on their side. Either way you look at it, it is going to be their circle. But move it towards the teams that are working towards the outside of the circle, and that's going to be Envy for the moment. And this is 90M Seksi that we are looking at, and Seksi is the team that maybe, I mean, the teammate who's maybe going to be able to, this time around, they've got all 4 members alive. Yes, I mean, all 4 members in the lobby, and that is going to be very crucial because we do see so many of these teams jumping into the lobby with only 3-man squads, and that does start them off on towards a back end approach into the game.
True, and we can see two teams in the same vicinity. We have Altros as well as team number 16. Let's see. Maybe we are going to witness some early skirmishes as well. And Diggy, he is very close to Shady, and it seems like Shady spotted him out, and he's just gonna knock him down. He spotted Spidey as well, and he confirmed that knock into a kill. That is a good thing because you know that if there is team in front of you, if you just spotted down one player, you knocked him down, you have to finish him instantly. If he'll get a revive, if he'll get up, it is going to be really difficult for you to fight back. But right now, Alters, they already lost one player in a very early stage.
Exactly, mate. That leaves them with only the 2-man squad, the 2-man army. That's going to be Spidey and TR. But on their side, we've been talking about Seksi, or rather Seksi. I mean, how do you pronounce the name? It is still going to be sounding the same, but they are on point when it comes to the aggression. No question about it. Boss right now seems to have gotten the information down towards the side of Spidey, and Spidey seems to have gotten the Spidey skills working in his favor as well. So he's going to be not moving whatsoever at all and going to be sticking exactly to his hellbent position. But the question is, will Boss, Maverick, and the flank angle coming in from Shady be able to work in their favor? Because they know that there is one team that they are slowly and steadily going to be trying to bring down towards this compound. But how exactly is that going to fan out? It is Seksi Maverick bringing down Spidey. Perfectly controlled aggression. I mean, this is what you want to be able to see right off the bat. Within the 2-minute marker on this map, we have aggression and almost one team being sent back into the lobby. There's only TR remaining from this team now.
True, and for how much long he can survive against this team because they are looking pretty strong. Shady, just trying to do some damage and want to connect some bullets as well. The TR, he got stuck inside that one compound. Shady with another flank angle. Maverick hiding behind that vehicle, and the TR, he is ready. He has that UMP and a DBS. If we talk about DBS, he can use that DBS into his favor because it is going to be a very close range fight. He had already taken a lot of damage, brought down only 15% HP, and now 2 players from Team Seksi just marching towards him. And by the looks of it, finally, TR just want to run away. And TR, okay, his position got revealed. Boss already spotted him down. He has that vector. TR just only 15% HP. Brought just want that perfect movement to knock him and finish him. And yep, at this moment, Team Seksi, they won this fight.
Oh, yes, they did. And a latent play coming in from the side of Maverick, Shady, and Boss, creating some perfect flank angles for the team. And they have been able to once again get the team numbers down to 12 in the lobby on Sanhok. This is just perfectly controlled aggression coming in from the side of Seksi. And they are going to be now moving on down towards the center of the zone, maybe. But talk about who are not in the center of the zone for the moment. We are looking at DC as well as Envy. But Envy, from the looks of it, are going to be making their way towards the side of DC's position and compound. But will there be an early skirmish in towards that side or not is another thing that we shall have to wait for. Apart from that, all the teams in the circle looking comfortable, none that are too close to start off a fight for the moment.
Yeah, true. Meanwhile, we can see team number 15, they are just doing their rotation from the water area, and it's going to be a bit risky for you because if you're just rotating from the water area, if any player, any opponent spotted you down, you'll not get any chance to revive yourself, get a revival. The main thing is because in the water areas you'll get converted into a loot crate instantly, and this is the most riskiest part in this game. Meanwhile, if we talk about Chapad Ganju, they are just playing with only 3 men. 3-man lineup is in this map.
Oh yes, so many of them teams are certainly working towards just getting 3-man squads into the lobby. But as long as it works in their favor, it is a-okay. No questions asked or no fingers being pointed down towards that sort of a conversation. But move it down towards the first airdrop being brought in. We've got the Groza coming in with a suppressor and a perfect level 3 squad setup. Which team is going to be working towards this? From the looks of it, we've got no team around for the moment, but whoever gets their hand on this deadly weapon is going to be able to convert a lot of kills in the lobby.
True, and can able to dish out a lot of damage as well. But the main thing is he'll not get a Groza. He'll get a level 3 kit as well. And if you need a level 3 bag, if you get a level 3 bag, you can pick up a lot of utilities. You can pick up a lot of health kits as well as you can pick up a lot of ammo as well. But right now, at this moment, the main thing is you have to survive for long because. At this moment, Team Chapad Ganju, they are on the first position with 29 points, and Futuristic on second position with 16, and then No Sympathy on third with 14 points. So these teams, they already cemented themselves in the top three, and other teams who could not able to perform that well, this is a perfect game. This is the time you can prove yourself.
Exactly, and when you talk about rotations for the moment, as we look on down towards the map, this is where 8x down towards Muju is what I'm looking at, and he seems to be making well, again, he seems to be the one who seems to be left out from his team as they've made the rotation working in their favor. But as they will be moving on down towards the center of the zone, Envoy have not yet made any change whatsoever in their position, and that is going to be crucial because do they want to be sticking around in that zone? But move that towards the north, that is where we see FTC make a water rotation, or rather two players. We've got a two split. We've got Reaper and Bucker who seem to be working on down towards the flank angle towards the side of QRF, but will that be working in their favor is what time will answer. For the moment, we've got a two-man split coming in from the side of FTC, two-man that are going to be Reaper and Bucker, making on down towards the back end of QRF, and the other two are going to be in the front. And this could be very, very crucial for QRF if they do not have the information.
True, because FTC, they can punish them. Meanwhile, on this, they are just moving inside the safe zone. First zone is also closing in, and let's see how these teams are going to play. And let me tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, only 7 teams will qualify from each group, and they have to play 9 matches, 3 matches per day for each group. And we just finished our first game, and that was Erangel Chapad Ganju. They got chicken dinner. This is going to be the second map, which is Sanhok, and by the looks of it, every single team is going for that passive approach.
Exactly. For the moment, that is what we are looking at. And in doing so, we've got FTC Reaper looking at a perfect flank angle, or maybe not. It seems like FTC's entire squad is going to be working towards that water rotation for themselves. On towards the western side of the map, we do have DC as well as Envy trying to get themselves into the lobby. But the question is, are they going to be able to do so without a skirmish? At the moment, it is not looking like so, because DC are going to have to cross through. And we, for the moment, maybe, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll witness in just a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, there was a time when DC, they are inside the safe zone. They can take down the players of Envy. But right now, Envy, they have an upper hand because they are inside the safe zone. They can gatekeep if they want to. They can gatekeep for this team. And Joker, I think so, he spotted down the players of Team Envy. He already gave information to his teammates that there's one team in front of us. We have to be careful, otherwise we can be the second team who will get eliminated from the lobby. And if we talk about this zone, look at the zone. The zone it just shifted towards the northern side of the map. And all the teams who are inside the blue zone, who are still far away from the safe zone, they have to focus on early rotation. But because in the Sanhok map, if you don't respect blue zone is just gonna take you down.
Well, that is so very true, Phoenix. Indeed, the blue zone is nobody's friend. That is the question. But you talk about DC, hopefully Flash, Deadline, they will be able to make a rotation working in their favor. But bring on down towards aggression. The conversation is looking absolutely in control from the side of Chapad Ganju as they bring that domination towards the side of Zeus from NS for the moment. But NS Alien has the information and he is going to be trying to retaliate, but not going to be able to do so perfectly.
Right, that's true. Meanwhile, HitKO, he is gonna revive Zeus. But the good thing is, Allen, he did his work. He knocked out one player, and Bob, I think so. team Chapad Ganju, first of all, they have to revive their teammate, otherwise they'll get punished. Meanwhile, Exotic is just going to do the same thing, and team number 25, no sympathy. Zeus, he is on his feet and he is ready for a fight.
Oh yes, for the moment, it is looking to be the scenario. Zeus as well as Hitkid are looking at perfect flank angles, but the only thing that's not working in No Sympathy's favor is the fact that they are spread. They are spread out. They are
Yes.
going against a three-man squad, and they're the only two-man surviving for themselves. Of course, Zeus should have the information down towards Exotic, as Exotic was jumping around quite a lot, but the smoke seems to have well worked in this team CG's favor. But will Zeus as well as Hitkid be able to work on towards this aggression, or will they back out? They seem to be into their. Well, let's see, mate. This is going to be a tricky one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. Meanwhile, this is a really tricky approach coming from the side of Neptune, and just because of that, he got punished as well. Meanwhile, Exotic just taking fight with NS hit KO, and Exotic just gonna finish him off as well. And Zeus is the one who is surviving from his team, No Sympathy, and he is the last man surviving. Second zone is just going to close in. We are brought down to only 12 teams. And Chapad Ganju, they are not stopping. They are hungry for some kills. And CS, he is just running away. He got spotted down by Exotic. It's just Exotic. He just picked him off.
Well. This is perfect controlled aggression coming in from the side of Chapad Ganju's indeed. And that's what I was
Yep.
keeping in mind as well when it comes to the side of No Sympathy. Well, they should probably have backed out earlier without having lost that one man that's going to be Hitkid. But move that conversation towards another skirmish that's happening on towards the map. That is going to be Psycho and Foxy bringing on dominating plays towards the other side team. But 90M. They were a four-man squad, left down with only one. That's going to be Seksi, and he is not looking too good for the moment.
Because he is on very low health. Meanwhile, we talk about this team, TeamTES. They already secured 2 kills. They are just playing with the 3-man lineup, and we already saw a lot of teams just going for this 3-man lineup. I don't know why in the Sanhok map still maybe change in plan, but let's see if this plan is just going to help them out. We talk about TeamTES. They got a good hold. They are near to that Tatmok area, and the zone is just going to close in. DC, they are still surviving, and it is pretty good for them. This is really good for them, because if they're going to survive for long, they'll get decent amount of points. But if we talk about this is a curve ball coming from the safe zone. It is shift towards the Mongai area, and almost half of the team, they are outside of the safe zone.
Well, that is true. As they try and make themselves in towards the comfort zone of the circle, that is where we can expect a lot of fights taking place. Move that conversation down towards, well, FDC. That team has finally made that water rotation working in their favor. All 4 members are still alive, and that could be the most crucial thing, because again, as you just mentioned, Phoenix, there are so many teams in the lobby who are a 3-man squad, and that 3-man squad could be on point as long as they have the communication working in their favor. And
Yeah.
if at all it does not, is where a 4-man army could very well retaliate. But we just saw that is not always going to be the case, because 90M is the one who was at the receiving end from a 3-man squad.
True. Meanwhile, if we talk about this is another fight between three versus 3 fight, and Harry is just is the one just picked up Exotic, already dished out a lot of damage to Bob, and Bob, oh my god, he got knocked out by me. So team Chapad Ganju, they are in a huge trouble, because they lost 2 players, and Virgil just he's the one who's just surviving, and DC, they got a good control against a fight with Team Envy, but Envy retaliates, and they got a knock in the retaliation fire.
Well, that perfect turn of events is something that we had been looking forward to for quite some time, because after all, when you talk about DC, when you talk about Envy, they were so very close. They had the information already conveyed towards each other. They knew, DC knew exactly where Envy was. Envy knew exactly where DC was. As they tried to make that rotation is where things went a bit south and disarrayed. But move it down towards these teams, where we've got 8X, Team 8X, perfectly named team, because they are bringing in those coped kills for themselves, and Chapad Ganju sadly are at the receiving end.
True. And this is not good, and because we can hear Blotter, he is not happy right now,
No.
because Chapad Ganju is his favorite team, right?
No, I don't have really favorite teams. It's just, I gotta support my clan. It's simply put.
Okay.
And when I talk
Okay.
about clan, it's about the Ganju part that I'm talking about, apart from anything else. But right now,
Okay.
we're only 16 minutes into the game. We've got
Yeah.
Chapad Ganju trying to, and that's only Virgil who's left, trying to go up against this 3-man squad of Team 8X, which is going to be really difficult. Of course, the best approach in that conversation would be to just smoke and get yourself out of that equation. But on the
Yeah.
other side of the map is where we see 90M's Smexy still alive, the only one man alive for the team. But DC back, oh far back in the corner. They are making that rotation working for them. They might be able to chime into this aggression because till now they have only got that one kill from Envy.
True. True. Meanwhile, Envy, they are just punishing them, and Smexy is the one. Just pick off one player of Team QRF, and that is why I am afraid of just playing with the 3-man lineup. Every single team, they are almost every single team playing with the 3-man lineup, and QRF, they are also doing the same thing. Meanwhile, Killer knocked out boss of Team Seksi, and he just picked him off as well. Team 16, they were looking pretty strong, but now they're just brought down to only 2 players.
Well, for the moment, that is the case. And look at the rotation being made from the side of DC, indeed, where we see Joker down towards the right hand side of Tatmok, but move on down towards Mongnai. That is where we see DC's Flash. What a crazy rotation that is coming in from the team. And if Flash is able to get in towards the zone itself, it could very well be his game. All he needs to do is stick with the nature, not let any other team know. But that is going to be a very stalemate opportunity for him. But move that conversation towards teams that are converting opportunities in their favor. This is going to be Seksi from perfectly controlled aggression outside the zone, gatekeeping so many of these teams, bringing points in their favor. Boy, oh boy, 90M Smexy, not looking good for the moment. He does not want to give his information away, but this is looking tough.
Yep, this is looking pretty tough for him because he has to move inside the safe zone, and while facing one team. Meanwhile, Virgil coming into action, he just take a revenge of his teammate because he knocked out one player of Team 8X and finished him off as well. And he spotted down Harry as well, trying to dish out some damage but unable to do that. Meanwhile, TRS Brekar, he is in a bit of trouble because Psycho just knocked him down, and the whole team of TES is marching towards him. Psycho, he is ready to take a fight but could not able to survive for too long because Alin is the one who's just going to knock him down. And CG Virgil coming into action, knocked out another player of Team 8X.
Well, this is perfect play coming in from the side of Team TES, indeed, and they've got all members alive for the moment. They are going to be working themselves towards a comfortable zone, within the circle itself, looking really good. And on the other side, when you talk about Team 19, Thugs, well, they did have a decent turn of events for themselves as they were able to bring down that knock, but not able to convert that into a kill is something that's certainly going to be pinching them as they move towards these final few moments of the game.
Yeah, totally agree with your point, but let's see how they are going to perform. Meanwhile, Envy, Ahmed, he is very close to Virgil and he can spot him down as well. He is lovely. Just want to spot down the players. The main thing is he's inside the safe zone. He got the hold of that compound and he can use that compound in his favor. But the bad thing is Chapad Ganju take an exit at the 11th position because Virgil he spotted out, and Envy, the team Envy is the one who's just going to finish off Chapad Ganju. And in the previous match, Team Envy they got eliminated by Chapad Ganju, and now Chapad Ganju basically Envy just take their revenge. Envy Red, he is not stopping. He's the one just going to pick off the last player of Team Nightmares, and now we are down to only 8 teams.
Well. Talk about teams. We've got DC Flash bringing in some action down towards the eastern side of the map for the moment. And it is DC Joker who was all left out by himself. But Flash certainly working. Well, again, the rotation working in his favor. No two ways about it. It is 8X that seems to be at the receiving end. Flash has already brought down 2 lads from the side. They've only got 1 man remaining. That's going to be Harry from Team 8X. As this fight moves on along, will Flash be able to get this information and be able to convert this into a confirmed kill? As of now, when you talk about the circle, we've got Envy that is so very close. The compound is going to be theirs as they move on down towards the center of the circle. That could be the one game that they wanted to play to perfection. But which team is going to be coming up on top, because you move on down towards the northern side of the zone. We've got FTC having made that perfect water rotation, not been part of fights thus far. They are also looking really neat when it comes to the placement points, when it comes to kills, not so much, but it's absolutely fine. We need to be working on down towards those points, and that's going to be crucial. And that is where Hamoud right here is working down towards those points. Even though he's outside the circle, he is going to try and get that converted into as many points as he possibly can. And that is the play being brought down from Hamoud. They've got 4 kills already, 4 points. That is what we're looking at. 2 kills to his name.
True, 2 kills to his team name. Meanwhile, Maverick of Team Seksi just going to heal himself up and now ready for a fight right now. He just stayed heading towards that safe zone. He never checked out his sidelines, and just because of that, Harry just punishes him. Meanwhile, Flash and Harry are the two players of their respected teams who are just still surviving, and just because of this caster's curse, Harry take an exit from the lobby. Now we are down to only 5 teams. Envy, they are looking very strong, but Envoy, they have the man advantage right now.
They most certainly do. So does FTC. And the question for FTC is going to be, well, they've made the rotations working in their favor. Will they be able to convert the fights in their favor? But right now it is Envy who seems to be bringing in some annihilating plays into the lobby. They've got 5 kills to themselves. And AB Saw is the one who's got 4 kills for the team. But now is where we see FTC chime in finally. And this is where we could see 4 versus 4 finally into the lobby. Never mind the 3-man squads. It is a proper fight where Envoy is there. We've got Envy here and FTC as well.
True. Meanwhile, Flash, he's in a bit of trouble because FTC, the whole team is charging towards that last player. And Flash, he's on very low health trying to fight back but could not able to survive for too long. But at this moment, now we are down to only 3 teams. Envoy versus Envy, they engage. They just engage in a fight. And just because of that, Envy, they are in the verge of elimination because Hash is the only player surviving on very low HP. He revived Ahmed, and now Ahmed just reviving his another teammate. But the main thing is FTC. They are just holding at this location because they have the hold of that compound, and they are the one who can get this chicken dinner.
Well. Futuristic X certainly seems to be looking on down towards their name because they seem to have already read the future for themselves. They made that rotation. Now they're in the circle. They're in the top 3. They've got 5 kills for themselves, bringing down more kills. Maybe Saw from the side of Envy, the man who had so much control of aggression, is being brought down as he jumped out in the open without any cover. It is Envy being brought down to 2, and Future is looking bright for the team of Futuristic X.
True. Now, this is the fight between these two teams. Now, only 2 lads are surviving for Team Envy. Ahmed, he is behind that tree. Baker, he already know where he is. And Hash already taken some damage. And Ahmed is the one who just got knocked out. Hash could not able to survive for too long because a fan of Futuristic X is going to pick him off. And Futuristic X is the one who claimed a chicken dinner in this Sanhok map.
Oh yes, a winner chicken dinner coming on down towards, of course, Futuristic X. They had absolute control of the entirety of the game. As they made that early rotation, it was looking bright and in their favor. The aggression was on point, and eventually, I mean, you talk about Envy, well, that was sad state of affair, which we will look at when it comes down to the open moments, but boy, oh boy, perfect play coming in from this team.
Yeah, that's true. Perfect play coming from the side of this team, as well as Envoy as well, because they were looking pretty good, as well as they secured some amount of kills, but Envy is the one who won that fight. Futuristic X, they did the third party to Envoy, and that's just because of that, Envoy got eliminated on the third position. Futuristic X, they have the manpower. They have the hold of that compound. They are inside the safe zone. Envy, the players of Envy, they have to move inside the safe zone. Just because of that, their position got compromised and they got eliminated on the second position.
Absolutely, mate. But when you talk about those points, well, we've got Group 7 looking pretty comfortable right now. Let's have a look at the match rank in itself, where we will see how many points are being dished out coming in from this game. And it is, of course, Futuristic X walking away with 24 points, 9 kills to this team. Looking pretty comfortable. But Group 7, they still have one more game remaining.
True, they have last game remaining, and the last map is Miramar. But Envy, they secured 17 points for themselves. Envoy, they are not that far behind with 13 points. On the fourth position, we have DraCula. Finally, they secured a good position in the match ranking. They are in the first page of the match ranking. But this is where the things get interesting because Thugs, they are on the 9th position with 5 total points. But look at their kills. They secured 4 kills. So it shows their kill department is strong, but they have to work on their placement points.
Absolutely. For now, that is what Thugs are showcasing. I mean, they did try and take that fight, but eventually, when you talk about fights, yes, the fights worked in their favor, but placement points is something they need to be really careful of because placement points also give you so much of a boost. Yes, you get the kills, that'll only give you that 1 point, but you work towards placement points, that'll give you a big boost on towards that overall ranking, and that's going to be crucial because right now, it's not the kills, it is going to be the points that you walk away with. Either kills or placement points working together or not. Well, anyways, let's talk about the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, at this position, Seksi is the one, is this team who won this fight against the team Alters. And this was a wrong move. This was a wrong move coming from the side of Nightmares Neptune. Just because of that, only last player survived from the side of Team Neptune. And QRF, they were in a good position, but just because of the safe zone, take a curve ball, they have to move inside the safe zone, and just because of that, they caught off guard while they are rotating.
Exactly, mate. And as we move on down towards the side of Future, this is where Future X were able to convert the fights into their favor and were able to walk away with a lot of points. 9 kills to this team, looking really dominating, looking really confident, and that is going to be working in their favor. But they've got one more game remaining, and as you so mentioned, we've got only top 7 that we're going to be looking at amongst the entirety of the lot that will be able to move on forth.
True, and that's the main thing. That's things will get interesting. Only 7 teams from each group will qualify in the further stages of the match. Let's have a look at the overall ranking, and we'll get to know which team is on the top. Futuristic X coming up with a good chicken dinner with a massive boost as well. They are on the first position with 40 points.
But talk about aggression coming in from the side of CG. That is just perfect play. I mean, they've got that one chicken dinner, but kills, they are looking at 19 kills for the moment with 35 points. So again, you talk about the placement points, right? You're looking at CG, that is on number 2. With one chicken dinner, they got that 15-point marker. But the other game, only 1 point is what they walk away with. But it's the kill that makes a huge difference. So again, this is clearly stated based on, well, you bring in those kills, you bring in the placement points, you will get a big boost. But right now, as you talk about these teams that are not being able to bring in a dominating play, it is Assaulters, QR Force 2, Seksi, Team 8X, and Thugs that need to showcase a bit more aggression in the lobby.
True, they have to, showcase a bit more aggressive play in the lobby. Team 8X and 6 is the one. This is their first game, but still, they managed to secure 6 points. It means they can play better. But this is the high time. This is going to be our last game for today. This is going to be your last game, and you have to collect good amount of points if you want to be in the top 7.
Absolutely, mate. That is going to be so very crucial for these teams to be able to do so, because after all, this is the moment that they had been, participating for, and this is where they can showcase. Because even though they've only played that one game, not being able to play the first game, you only need one game. You play that one game to perfection, and you will be part of the top 7 and move on along from one to the other. With that, we're going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around as the aggression will continue on for the final game coming in from Group 7. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you will be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Are you keeping it real?
All right, welcome back once again. We've got group number 7 that are going to be playing the games today. We've got 2 games already done, 1 more game remaining, and it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host and caster. Well, again, I'm not the only host. We've got Phoenix right here as well, who's the host as well. And we are going to be casting the games for the Pakistan Region Campus Championship. It is looking pretty phenomenal. We've got the Ganju gang making it look good, but that's not it. There are so many other teams, though. What do you think, mate?
True. At this moment, if we talk about the overall ranking, Futuristic X, they are leading the charge with total 40 points, and the Ganju gang is on second position. Basically, the team
Oh,
Chapad
yes.
Ganju with 35 points, and they have the highest kill points. So it shows that their kill department as well as their gun power is on top.
Absolutely is. With that, game number 3 is live. We've got the screen being, well, getting busy with the flight path, of course, and the flight path is going to be showcasing the flight has taken off going down towards Los Higos, coming in from the side of Al Hazar. And where are the teams going to be moving on down to is the question for now. It is real early to predict what to expect from the game, but Phoenix, which
Yep.
team would you want to support, mate, when it comes to the chicken dinner?
I'll support DC because they're trying hard from the first match. In the second match,
True.
in the Sanhok map, they got they got caught off guard and while doing their rotations just because of the team envy. Both the teams they collide near the Camp Alpha side, and finally, when the first zone closed in, Team Envy just taken down the whole team of Team DC. But let's hope for the best, and Team DC should perform well if they want to be in the top 7.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that thought because again, DC, that is going to be DraCula, the team name, and they have been trying their level best to be able to work things in their favor. But another team, another 2-3 teams that we can actually talk about are going to be Envoy as well as Envy. Now these teams have also been trying to get some really good kills working in their favor, but so many of them have only jumped in with a 3-man squad, and that is
Yep.
where things go south because we've seen that 3-man squads need to stick around for the longest time, all 3 alive, for the game to work in their favor.
Yep, that's true. Because in the previous match, we saw that Chapad Ganju they got punished because they're just playing with the 3-man lineup, and Team 8X is the one who punished them while they just want to move towards them because. Chapad Ganju, they're playing silence, just go for a fanned out approach, just take fight from every single angle. Just because of that, they got punished. But let's see how they are going to perform in this match. We have 2 teams in front of us in the same vicinity, Team 8X as well as Team DraCula. Team DraCula, I already mentioned, they have to perform well, but Team 8X, they are doing great as well. Mir, he got a good compound, he got a hold on a good compound, he has that height advantage as well. But let's see, is he going to use that height advantage into his favor or not?
Well, again, right now, Team 8X needs to get that information. Mead, from the looks of it, does not have the information as to where exactly is this Team DraCula at. And that is going to be the most crucial thing because as we can clearly see, he is busy trying to get his loot set up for himself on the other side. DC, maybe that is the team that knows where this team is. That's going to be Team 8X. Again, it's always going to be brought down towards information. Is the information being relayed or not? If the information has been relayed and is on point, then aggression and kills are going to follow. No two ways about it. But till now, it seems like both these teams are oblivious to the fact that they are so very close.
Yeah, they are very close to each other, but they didn't know that they are close to each other. But right now, because both the teams just focusing on the looting. But I have one question for you, Blotter. We saw. We saw in the PMPL the teams when they play in the Miramar map, they use those bolt action, they use those DMRs. But at this moment, G69 Toxic as his another teammate, they got drowned in the water, and whoa, it's not good. It is not good because they already lost 2 players.
Ouch is the answer for those moments.
Yep.
That's all that one can say. Ouch is the moment. But in that doing so, hopefully the teammates will try and retaliate towards, well, again, you cannot retaliate to water, but you can certainly try and use that into your gameplay and try and, boost your gameplay, hopefully, that we are going to be surviving for the longest time because this is going to be the last game coming in from
Yeah.
Group 7. And this is where so many of these teams are going to have to, pick up their pace to be a part of the top 7 to move on along from this stage to the next.
Yeah, and let's see how they are going to play. But Team Envy, in the previous match, they performed well. They secured 14, 17 points, and which is really, really good. And if we talk about this player, he has that caliber to perform, to outshine basically. But the one mistake coming from the side of Team Envy, it is they're still playing with the three-man lineup. We already saw the same thing in the previous match. Playing with the three-man lineup is not a good thing. But right now, Absaw, he's very close to TES. Lovely. And TES Wrecker is also there. So we can see two teams in the same vicinity in the Los Leones area. But the main question is, are they going to engage in a fight?
Well, for now, it seems like no is the answer, as we clearly see Lovely is going to be making a lovely exit out of the situation. But on the other side, when you talk about AB Saw from the side of Envy, last time when we were talking about, of course, Sanhok, he was the one from this side of Team Envy who was able to walk away with 4 kills. The team had 5 kills. He had by himself 4 kills. So aggression is on point from the lad. The question is, are they going to be able to bring that aggression in towards a dominating streak in this game? Yet, always the question or other conversation is also going to be based on this team is looking comfortable in the top 7. There's no two ways about it. The teams that are not looking comfortable for now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think DC is also part of it.
Yep, right now they are. I think so. They are not in the top 8. Maybe they are in the ninth or the 10th position. But let's see. This map is going to decide how they are going to play in the further stages of the game, how they are going to play when they are going to compete against these 15 teams. But right now, Virgil, he has that Thompson 50 ammo loaded in it, and he is pretty far away from his team. And Team Seksi is here to take a fight with Team Chapad Ganju.
Oh, yes. Another thing I do want to state to our audience is the fact that when it comes to DraCula, they are on the 7th spot. DC is on the 7th spot with
Okay.
11 points to them. So it is a bit of a tricky situation for them because they need to be converting those points for themselves. Otherwise, they will be chucked out of the 7. And again, viewers, we are only going to be working towards the top 7 that will move on towards the next stage. And right now, as we move on down towards this game, we are looking at Seksi, Maverick, and Boss. They are very close to a team right next to them, but will there be any retaliation coming in from the side of Chapad Ganju? Virgil certainly seems to have the information, and he does deliver. Virgil brings down Boss, and that is just the perfect play that was required from the side. And this is going to be too tricky for Virgil to be able to convert because, oh wow, I'm liking this. It's a 4v4 situation finally.
Yeah, finally we are going to witness a perfect fight, a 4v4 fight. Meanwhile, we can see the players of 8X, they are in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, we saw that Virgil, he's not afraid of anything. He knocked out one player. He already know that there's shots being coming towards him. But still, he just want to throw a grenade. And right now, Boss finally he is on his feet, just gonna heal him up, and the team Chapad Ganju, they are here. They are here to take a fight and Soul again. Right now the Soul leading the charge, and he can spot out Maverick. He spotted down Maverick, didn't do anything, but right now he missed all of the shots.
Well, I'm liking the play coming in from the side of Seksi. Indeed, this is just an annihilating play, but this is on-point aggression coming in from the side of Chapad Ganju. Soul, they are so very dominating in this fight. They have every single fight converted into their favor. It is shady going down. With that, the entire team of Seksi has been brought down from the side of course, Chapad Ganju. They are making it proud. They are being victorious, and they are delivering.
Yes, that's why you should play with a four-man lineup because
Yep,
if you got
exactly.
stuck in these type of situations, because if you need firepower, if you need support, you will you will definitely win that fight. And just because of that, Chapad Ganju won a fight, but they have to continue this aggression for the further stages of the match, because right now they already got 4 kills in a very, very early stage of the match. First zone just closed in, and we are going to witness where the second zone formed. And my answer to the question will be in front of me in just a couple of minutes.
Oh, yes, it certainly will be Phoenix. But another thing I do want to point out when it comes to Seksi's approach, right? I mean, had they
Yeah.
used more utilities in that fight, they should have probably used a
Yeah.
lot more utilities. I love the fact that Ultron and the other lad, they were able to create a flank angle towards the side of Chapad Ganju's, but if there were utilities to help them out, it would have been a better fight that could have been dominating against the side of Chapad Ganju's. But boy, oh boy, I mean, Chapad Ganju's, they're just on point with those fights. They're just on point. I mean, Soul coming in from Chapad Ganju, it was an aggressive stance that he took all by himself, taking on three members of the team. The opponent team was just phenomenal. But move that conversation towards this futuristic team, the one that did get themselves a chicken dinner in the last game. They are trying to get some early knocks. Well, not even damage dished out right now.
Okay, if you're talking about damage, they're not going for the knockouts. They're just going for just straight kill conversion. And
Hey, there you go.
yeah, there you go. Right now, Reaper, he has that M24 with the 8x, and we all know. Uh, in Miramar map, I love those bolt action, one tap shots, and because if your enemies has that level 2 helmet and you have that M24, you can knock out one player by that one single shot if it got connected to the head.
Exactly, that is so very true indeed, and that is going to be really crucial when it comes to the map, of course. But along with that, another thing that's going to be crucial is to be on point with that aggression, because that thing certainly does take time to reload, and you do need to be on point with every single knock or every single bullet pretty much. But move the conversation down towards the side of 19M, who were at the receiving end. They've already lost Johnny for the moment, but they still have some left lineup, so they are still looking a-okay. So many of these team members, wow, talk about aggression. This is just not gonna stop from the side of Chapad Ganju's. Now they've got another kill being confirmed from Clone, and that is TR going down. Exotic bringing in 2 kills for himself. This team, nothing is stopping this team's aggression for the moment.
True, and I totally agree with your point, Blotter, because this team, they are hungry for some kills, and they are just showcasing the same kills. It doesn't matter if you're far away, if you're rotating, they are going to swat you out, and they are going to dish out a lot of damage. And just because of that, they already got 6 kills. We just hit 11 minutes mark on the clock, and they already got 6 kills. They eliminated one. They eliminated one team, and wow, they are playing so good.
They certainly are. They did not like the fact that Futuristic X were able to take that first spot away from them, and therefore Chapad Ganjis are going to be delivering in this final game. This is, of course, the final game coming in for the side of Group 7, where we have the top 7 teams that we are going to be looking at, viewers that will move on towards the next stage, and that's going to be really crucial. Along with which, when you talk about airdrop, well, this is the perfect weapon when it comes to the game, when it comes to the map, sorry. It is going to be the AWM.
True. AWM on Miramar map is beast. It's a beast because you can knock out player very easily if your accuracy, if your crosshair placement is on point. Meanwhile, Exotic, he got punished and he got knocked out of Chapad Ganju. I can see that he'll get a revive because he is inside the cover, and which is not an easy task. Meanwhile, Scary, Creepy. Okay, his team name is Scary, and his name is Creepy. So this is really interesting. Let's see how they are going to perform. Daddy, he has that Mosin in his hand and a UMP. This combination is not that good because UMP, the fire rate is pretty good, but the damage is quite low.
Exactly, mate. But for now, as long as they are looking comfortable onto the gun, it is going to be working in their favor. No two ways about it. But talk about comfort. I mean, this team will just not stop. Seems like this team of course, Chapad Ganjus, they have another team in their crosses, and that's going to be Scary. And they have the information. They are going to be relaying it. Never mind relaying it. They are going to be just delivering those kills. But this time around, it is Exotic who is at the receiving end and has been knocked down. Virgil at a very, very minuscule health remaining for himself, but they will be able to get themselves well revived because they are really far off from the opponent team for the moment.
True. At this moment, we can see the players of Team Scary. They just want to maintain some distance. They know about this fact that Chapad Ganju, they are they are so good in those close range fights. But we can win against them if we are going to have a long range fight. But the same thing is just going on right now. But the main thing is the team Scary, they are on the edge of the safe zone. Daddy already spotted out Bob, just dished out almost that shot. That was a body shot, and just because of that, it dished out 48 damage. 3 players, they are down to 60% HP. So at this moment, we can see that Scary, they got an upper hand. They already knocked out another players of Chapad Ganju.
They certainly have, mate, and this is looking like a crucial turn of events from the side of Chapad Ganjus. They have gotten a lot of kills working in their favor, but move that conversation down towards the side of Team 8X. They seem to be getting busy. It is a 2-man army from the side of Team 8. Oh, Casas is coming in. They're not even a 2-man army for the moment. They're only left with 1 man, and that's going to be Muju, who is being a snail for the moment as they take a fight against the side of Futuristic X. And Futuristic X, a Fan as well as a Merger OP are not going to be stopping. They are not going to be cleared in the compound. Like perfect synergistic play that is required from the team. But hold on, they did not actually clear the compound. They completely skipped that one final. Wow. All right. Well, it seems like Team 8X's Muju is lucky for the moment.
Yeah, he is lucky, and the main thing is, I'll recommend him that do not fire a single shot, because you're not that far away from the safe zone. You can cover that distance by just running, and you're still surviving. You're the last hope of Team 8X, and we saw that in the previous match as well at the safe zone. Okay, so right now safe zone is kind of favoring 8X if he can able to make it through to the safe zone, if he can able to survive against Team Futuristic X. But right now, one interesting thing, which is Team DC. They are already inside the safe zone. TRE, they are in the center of the safe zone. So it seems like teams other than Chapad Ganju as well as Futuristic X, they can win. They can claim a chicken dinner if they can able to perform well. And right now, we can see that Team Thugs, they are going to have a fight with the Team Chapad Ganjus. This is like going to be really tough for Team Chapad Ganju, Team Thugs, because one player already got knocked out.
Absolutely, mate. For now, when we look at the side of Chapad Ganjus, they are a 4-man army that is trying to deliver a lot of kills into the lobby. Move that conversation towards the side of TRE. We still have all 4 men alive. They've got 1 kill for themselves. We are in 16 minutes into this game, and this is looking like an all-out war from the side of Chapad Ganjus. They just do not want to stop onto the pedal of aggression coming in from their side. They've got 3... Well. I mean... there's no 2 ways about it. Hamoud was the only man. There is no way he's going to be able to take on a 1v4 situation in that sort of a lineup, which is going to be, of course, well, CG is crazy.
Yep, CG is literally crazy, and so he is also looking pretty strong. But right now, this 2v2 split is not helping Team Thugs because they are down to only 2 players now. Caster's curse is really is a real thing. We can see that clearly. Now only 1 player is just surviving for Team Thugs because 1 player he already got knocked out. Virgin is the one who got knocked out 3 times in a row, which is not good because he'll bleed out fast as we move further in the matches, further stage of the matches. But so he need to revive. Psycho is just going to revive his teammate. Just finally he is inside the compound, just going to close that door. Meanwhile, FTC Bucker is just the one who just picked off the last play of NGM's Seksi.
Oh yes, indeed. As we move on down towards these final moments of these teams, this is looking pretty dominating coming in from all of the teams, and it is G69 King bringing in domination towards the side of King. Well. King was on point over there. That was just perfect play coming in from their side, and they are going to be working towards getting those points. But is it too late? Is my question, because when it comes to the overall, right? We're only going to be looking at the top 7, and that is where Diablo, King from G69, they should have delivered this 2 games ago.
True, they should have delivered this 2 games ago, but right now, it's still good. It's still good, because they still have 6 games left. But this grenade, oh my god, I thought this was going to be a perfect grenade, but whoa,
it is
Diablo, what a grenade!
What a perfect play coming in from the side of G69. Indeed, Diablo and King, perfect synergistic communication coming in from the lads, and they are a two-man squad who is ready to annihilate the entirety of the lobby as we move on down towards the final circles. As we look on towards this is going to be the fifth circle that will be on our screens, where on towards the northern side, we do have the Chapad Ganjus taking a fight once again. I mean, nothing taken away from them, and it is seeming like they are on the receiving end from the side of TRE, but not for long. Not for long, because there is third parties that are being brought on as well.
True. Meanwhile, Chapad Ganju, two players got knocked out. Virgil, finally, I thought he's going to get knocked out, but he's the one just still surviving. Meanwhile, TES Erangel, he spotted down the players of no sympathy, trying to dish out some damage. But if we talk about dish out, scary, creepy is not that far behind, because he's also dishing out a lot of damage. But the main thing is, if any team just want to move inside the zone, they must have to look out for the backlines, because in the previous match we saw that Team 8X. They punished one team from the backlines while they are moving inside the safe zone. Alien, he might know that one player is hiding inside that small little shack.
That is true, mate. For now, that is the conversation that is being showcased onto this map of course, Miramar, but who is going to be the team that will take it all? We've got 10 teams remaining as of now. We've got right here team number 25, that is going to be NS, and they are going to be controlling No Sympathy, of course, is the team that I'm talking about, that are going to be controlling that top of the hill. But there are so many aggressive teams right here. Every single team that we move on down towards, they've got at least 1 or 2 or 3 or 6 kills, and that is certainly seeming like a dominating play from entire group 7.
True. And Exotic of Chapad Ganju coming into action, knock out one player. Meanwhile, Team TES, Hannan of Team TES, he got knocked out. Finally, he got a revive. And Team TES, they are inside the safe zone, and they just waiting for that that chance to eliminate Team QR Force 2. But QR Force 2, they are again playing with the 3-man lineup. They are still surviving. They are in the top 9, but the 5th zone is closing in. If this zone take curveball, and DRS as well as the QR Force 2, they are not inside the safe zone. They have to move inside the safe zone. At that time, maybe they might get eliminated.
Exactly, as you move on down towards these final few circles, this is an all-out war being brought on from these sides, from these teams, because this is looking really dominating. I mean, you just spoke about QR Force 2. This is a team that certainly do need to open up their bank, open up their chapter when it comes to the kill department, because they have none. Right now, they seem to be working towards getting those placement points, and that's, of course, going to be working in their favor, but not for long when you've got teams like Chapad Ganju and, of course, DC and TES. They are working towards getting not only the placement points, but the kills as well. Right here, we can see Chapad Ganju have themselves split into 2 squad, and that is going to be crucial for them to get control of the circle for the moment.
Yeah, right. I totally agree with the point. Meanwhile, G69 Diablo, he got eliminated by bursting down of a vehicle. Zaid! I thought he will knock out a player, but unfortunately, he got eliminated. And Team TES, they won this fight. They are looking pretty strong. They are 4 men alive. They already got 6 kills. Team G69 take an exit at the 6th position. Now we are down to only 5 teams, and we can see Brekar trying to dish out a lot of damage over the players of Futuristic X. And Futuristic X, they can, they can do it again. They can repeat the history if they can able to claim a chicken dinner in this match as well.
Absolutely, mate, because again, when you talk about this team, you know for a fact they have already read the future. They know where they're going to be stepping on down towards. They know what the circle is going to be bringing to the table, and they know where to get those kills. But what they do not know is CG is still in the fight. CG has got a lot of points. CG has got a lot of kills. Will they be able to deliver? But move that conversation towards DES, another team that has been lovely in terms of getting those perfect annihilating plays working in their favor. Now they need to be pushing on along into the circle, and this is going to be an open circle. This is where things can get a little tricky. CG has been part of this open circle for quite some time. They've got smoke working in their favor, but how many utilities will they probably have?
Yep, how many utilities they have? This is the first question. And utilities is the first priority in the Miramar map. Meanwhile, we can see the players of No Sympathy. They got sandwiched between these 2 teams, TES and we can say Chapad Ganju.
Oh yes, Chapad Ganju looking real comfortable with 12 kills to this team. We are looking at 4 teams alive for the moment. We've got 4 members alive from the side of Chapad Ganju. We've got FTC at the receiving end. An emergency is being declared from the side of Emerge OP as he goes down, and Future was not looking bright from their side as they tried to make that open circle rotation work in their favor without smoke, without any utility. And with that, we've got another team being annihilated, and TES is the one making it happen. We are left with only 3 teams. 2 players from the side of TES. We've got, well, CG again in a lot of control. 14 kills for them.
Yeah, 14 kills for them. And this is a really a huge amount. In the first match, they already claimed 14 kills. Now they just want to increase that number as well. And at this moment, a fun, he's just hiding behind that ridge. But for how long? Because the zone is just gonna shrink in after a couple of seconds. Exotic, he got a cover of that smoke. But after some time, the smoke is just going to shut out, and his position will get revealed. But fun, if we talk about him, he just want to make an extra cover, just want to make an extra cover of that smoke cloud. As I just mentioned, Exotic, his position will get revealed, and Soul, he received a lot of damage.
Well, that was Brekar who was bringing in that dominating play coming in from the side of TES, but Brekar seems to have given away his information, and Bob from the side of course, Chapad Ganjus know exactly where he's at as he tries to make his rotation down into the circle is where things can get a little tricky, but who is utilizing all of this in their favor? Who is the man who is, of course, utilizing all of this in the favor? The one-man army, it is none other than the third team member who is surviving, and that is going to be the most crucial thing. How long is he going to be able to do so? Because these two teams are at an all-out war situation, but they have completely forgotten that there is another player from the side of course, Futuristic X, who is being very sneaky.
True, he can be the surprise factor for team Chapad Ganju. But right now, every single team just want to go all guns blazing. And at this moment, Team TES, they got the manpower. They got a hold of that, safe zone. But that one spray from the side of Virgil will eliminate a fan from the lobby. And Alian, he got knocked out. Bob also in the retaliation fire got knocked out. Virgil is the last. He's not the last man. He's the second man surviving for his team. But for how long? Brekar just want to move inside the safe zone. Virgil spots him down, trying to dish out some damage. He dished out a little bit of damage. Only one bullet connected.
Absolutely. For now, Bob is the one who is knocked, but he will probably not be able to get a revive for now because, well, one strategy that CG knows that's going to work in their favor is going to be domination, is going to be aggression, and that's what Virgil is bringing to the table as he goes on down with the information being dished out, and it is the smoke that's given away the information, and TES is at the receiving end. Virgil, there's no stopping this lad with 6 kills to this man, 16 total kills from this team. What is happening right here? This is just domination into the lobby from Chapad Ganjus.
True, this is utter domination, and right now it is going to be a 1v1 situation for Virgil as well as Brekar. But Brekar revive his teammate. Hannan is just going to heal him up because they want this chicken dinner. They are literally hungry for this chicken dinner. Brekar is cooking a grenade, just going to lob a grenade towards the side of Virgil. This grenade can finish the game for Chapad Ganju. Chapad Ganju got eliminated on the second position, and TES, they claimed the chicken dinner in the last map of Miramar. But the main question is, how many kills Chapad Ganju secured for themselves?
Well, again, I mean, you talk about TES, they had 13 kills. Again, Brekar was the man who threw that grenade, perfect on-point grenade against Virgil, who had 6 kills, as well as the man from TES who had 6 kills. So again, I mean, perfect play coming in from these lads, and they are going to be walking away with a lot of points working in their favor. But boy, oh boy, top 7, that is where the thing is. And in those top 7, of course, it is going to be really crucial to see where exactly did Chapad Ganju finish, because the kind of kills, the kind of dominating play they brought to the table, it seems like they might be a step ahead.
It seems like they might be a step ahead because Futuristic, they ended up on the 3rd position in this particular map. So it means they got 10 placement point, but how many kills they also have, because this is 5 points difference between them and the Chapad Ganju. They are on the second position, the all over leaderboard. But the main thing is Team DC. They secured I think so 6th or the 5th position in this particular
Right.
map. So they are still in the top 7 in all over ranking.
Exactly, and that's going to be working in their favor, no questions about it. But you talk about other teams as well. When it comes down to this play, this is where things were looking really good for so many of these teams. But move that conversation towards the match ranking coming in from the game. We will see how many points did these teams walk away with. 1 point separating Chapad Ganju's and Team TES.
Yep, Team TES, they secured 28 points, and Chapad Ganju, they secured 29 points. It doesn't matter, Team TES secured the second number, but still Chapad Ganju on the top. Futuristic X, what a gameplay coming from the side of them, because they somehow managed to secure third position, and they got decent amount of kills. But look at the kills of these two teams, Chapad Ganju as well as Team TES. They secured 30 kills for themselves. If just gonna combine both the teams' kills, they secured 30 kills. They eliminate almost 75% of the lobby.
Exactly, and that is where the stakes are at when it comes to this lobby. Move the conversation down to the second page of the leaderboard. We've got Team Thug with 1 kill, 2 points to them. Envy as well, looking exactly same, but that is the end of the story, because you move on away from that is where we've got no kills being brought in, because so many of the kills, of course, were already taken away from those two teams. I mean, that is just phenomenal. That is just
True.
domination coming in from these two.
Yeah, perfect gameplay coming from the side of these two teams, and I think so. They are in the top two, and they are going to, they have a good amount of lead in the terms of points, in the terms of, in the overall ranking as well. Let's have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro movements, and let's see how the fight started. At this moment, Chapad Ganju, they are looking quite strong. Look at the position of Virgil. He's not afraid of those shots, but after this, he got knocked out. But somehow, Soul manages to eliminate the whole team of Seksi.
Well, this is where, I mean, I did like the play coming in from the side of Seksi. I did mention that as well. But again, you're going against the team that is just dominating the lobby. That's going to be Chapad Ganju's indeed. There is no way you're going to be able to stand your ground against this team until unless you're a 4-man squad with a perfect play coming in against them.
Yo, that's really true. At this moment, Psycho is the one who is fighting, on his own, who's performing well. But Chapad Ganju, they are looking pretty good. Emerge OP, he had a great chance to survive, but he was running in the open, and just because of that, he got spotted out. Soul, just because of this nade by Brekar, Virgil, he got eliminated, and still Chapad Ganju got eliminated on the second position, but still they are on the top. But I don't think so that Futuristic still remain on the first position. Maybe they brought down to second position.
Perhaps that could be the case, because again, you talk about the kills were really crucial into this
True.
game, and that is where Chapad Ganju did take a step ahead compared to the entirety of the lobby, and that's going to be really crucial, because your aggression needs to be on point. If your aggression is on point, your placement points will automatically deliver you the points that you deserve. But if your aggression is not on point, you end up taking fights that, well, you are not so synergistic about, is where things could go very south. And that is where we, of course, saw the team that initially took a fight against the side of Chapad Ganju, where it went a bit south. With that, let's move on to the storyboard and have a look at the overall rankings and find out, is Chapad Ganju on top, or do we have a different team?
Yep, and the answer
Wow.
is yes, Chapad Ganju on the top with 64 points.
Boy, oh boy, talk about annihilating play. 36 kills from this team, 3 games, perfect play coming in, along with which, as you move on down towards the bottom half of this list, you've got Futuristic X with 18 kills and 37 placement points, and Chicken Dinner, of course, working in their favor. Same goes for Team DES, that just took a Chicken Dinner with 15 kills and 38 points. So there is a big difference between the first, the second, and the third.
True, but the one thing is Team DraCula, they just fall down to 8th position with total 13 points. Nightmare, they also have 13 points, but the difference is they got that one extra placement point from DraCula. So DraCula, they still have 6 games left to be on the top 7,
True.
but these are the teams who they have to perform well, because they are not looking pretty good. But team G69, they played just their first match, but still they collected 8 points. It means what if they just got take part in the Sanhok map? It might possible that maybe they are in the first page of the overall ranking.
That is so very true, mate, because we saw the conversation being brought in down from the side of the players from team G69, and that was just working in their favor. On the 16th position is going to be Sorry All, and that name just clearly dictates that they are sorry that they're not part of the lobby. Hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, they will be able to do so as the games progress along.
True, I totally agree with the point. But after this, our 3 matches of Group 7 is already done. Now, Group 8 is going to take part, and let's see how they are going to perform. What do you think? What do we expect from the Group 8, Blotter?
Well. When you talk about Group 8, there are some really good dominating plays that I'm expecting from this Group 8, because there are so many known as well as unknown teams, right? And that is where
Yep.
you bring in the irony in the conversation. That is where you bring in a bit of backstabbing approach, I want to call it, because
True.
you don't know who you're going to be facing up against. But
Yeah, that's
amongst
totally true.
all of it, mate, amongst all of it, I just hope that all 16 teams join the lobby.
Yes, fingers crossed,
Yep.
because I really love to see. We both love that. We want to see some early fights. Just because of that, the team numbers are less. That's why
True.
we could not able to witness some early skirmishes. If all the 16 teams are going to take part in the first game, then the competition is going to be more tough.
Exactly. And that is going to be the most essential thing. I mean, you talk about competition, you talk about aggression, all of it comes into play. Then you've got all teams in the lobby. If you don't, that means there are kill points that are, well, not yours, because the team is not even
True.
there. And that's going to be the most crucial thing. Now, again, keeping our fingers crossed, we do not know what's going to go down when it comes to Group 8 matches. We've got 3 games that are going to take place for Group 8, and that is going to be the start. That is going to be their start to get themselves showcased to the entirety of the Pakistan Wonderful Campus Championship, that here we are to control and dominate against all of these lobbies. Now, will Chapad Ganju sort of team showcase and arise? I don't know, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the same. With that, we're going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around as the aggression will continue after this short break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4 kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating demolition zone. In demolition zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Kharkiv. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Kharkiv. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Kharkiv also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Kharkiv. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Kharkiv tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Yeah, we got it! We did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be you.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan Region 2021. My name is Phoenix Shumanchan Medis, and with me it's Lakshya Singh. So, we already saw the three matches of Group 7, and you know what? Chapad Ganju just dominated the every single match, and let's see how they are going to perform. How the Group 8 teams are going to perform, and we have the squad roster in front of us for the Group 8.
Absolutely, mate. And where we are going to be starting things off with BE Esports, followed by BR. That is going to be Team BFR, Team FTE, and you move the conversation towards Rule Breaker, Orion. I mean, again, there are so many names right here. There are going to be so many wonderful skirmishes that are going to start taking place. But
True.
the entirety of it is going to be brought down to how are they going to be playing the games? Will the games be in their favor or will it be going against them is the question. We've got Fyme, DESfyme. We've got two actually, DESfyme as well as DESfyme. So that is going to be interesting to see where exactly are they going to be, or rather what exactly are they going to be bringing to the table along with the Lost Esports, G4 Esports. A lot of names, Phoenix.
True, a lot of names and a lot of experience and new teams. But the main thing is the first question is we really want to witness a 16, all the 16
Exactly.
teams playing in the one in the single lobby, because we're just missing the same thing from every single day. In the previous 3 days when Group 1 to 6 played in the last 3 days. Not a single lobby. We have 16 teams, and we can see the same thing in this lobby as well. We have 15 teams. Oh,
Well,
man.
that is a lot better than 12, is what I'll say.
Yeah, that is really a lot better. But if you talk about the playing path, it's going from the Milta Power side towards the northern side of the Georgia Pool, and it seems like the playing path is dividing the Erangel map into two equal halves. If we talk about how the teams are going to perform, it's my personal opinion. I think so. Teams are going to play a little bit passive because this is going to be their first game. They didn't know how the other teams are going to play, where they are going to land, and if any team is going to do a hot drop, and we are going to witness 3 to 4 teams in a hot drop, then it might possible that maybe we are going to witness some early fights.
Exactly, mate, and that is going to be a crucial thing because the early fights is where the entirety of the saga will begin. But move that conversation towards where are these teams going down towards. We can have a look at Bunny OP from the side of Lost Esports. I think it is going to be LC, but they are going to be going down towards the side of course, No Reply. Along with which we've got two more teams that will be joining in along with them. From the looks of it, that is DES as well as YS Esports that are all maybe going down towards the south, but move that conversation towards the other regions of the map where there are still quite a lot of contestations that we could see because you move down towards the southern side of Georgia Pole. We have Lost Esports, Believe, Unknown, I think is what we're looking at, LS going down towards south along with G4 and ON. So 3 teams down towards that side. We've got 2 teams down towards the military base. We've got a team that is separating themselves down towards farm region. This is a game where we could genuinely see a lot of early skirmishes.
True, I totally agree with the point. But right now we can see, I think so. We can see 2 teams in the Pochinki area, and I really like Pochinki in the Erangel map because first of all you'll get a good amount of loot out there. But right now Uzair, I think so. He's the one who taken exit, and KN Tyrant, he is not a good position because 2 players of Team 17 just want to chase him down and just want to knock him down by those UAZs. And I think so, two players of Team Abdul Hannan, they got stuck in the open, hiding behind those bushes. But for how long?
Well, this is just perfect play coming in from these lads because again, you talk about Team 17 GRX. Astro, he seems like these guys are playing bumper cars, They are stuck into farm region. They've got a lot of bail around to be playing along with. But talk about K9 being off guard. Yes, absolutely. Seems like the lads were having a devilish start to the day. Talking about Devil, we've got Tyrant right there. But move the conversation towards GRX. Now, this team is not going to stop. This team has stepped into the lobby for one thing only. That is to annihilate the entirety of the lobby.
True. Meanwhile, Scarlet is also doing the same. He knocked out BFR Babu, but you know what? They just proved me wrong. I thought that maybe we are going to we are not going to witness any fight in the early stages of the match. But right now, every single team, it seems like every single team, they are hungry for some kills, and because they know about this fact, only 7 teams from every group, they are going to qualify for the phase 2. And if you want to be on the top, if you want to be in the top 7, you have to collect some points. And yep, they are doing the same thing. Meanwhile, we almost lost 3 players, and we are down to 52 players. Meanwhile, Hannan is the one who's just gonna pick Paraboy, and right now, Team FE, they are looking strong, and Hannan, okay, he got another knock.
Well, this team number 15, they are the vampires as of now when it comes to this compound. They are in control, but even though he was able to bring down the Scarlet from team number 12, there was another player right there to help him, support him. With that, it is a 1v1 situation. Will Hannan be able to convert this fight into his favor? We've got feedback who is trying to retaliate, but there is nothing being showcased. There's no damage being dished on down towards the side of Hannan. Hannan has the information, but will he be able to convert this into a fight? It seems like yes, he will. And boy, oh boy, it is team number 15. That is going to be Quettaknigh to walk away with 4 kills.
True. Team number 15 is the first team who taken exit. FTE is the one. But the way Hannan played, the way Hannan, executed those fights is so good. And he just has to continue, that aggression in the first stage of the match if we want to collect some decent amount of points. But right now, first zone start closing in, and we are brought down to 48 players, and 14 teams are still there. Panda X, he got that Scarlet, and he just marked that another Scarlet for his teammate that go and pick up that gun. But right now, Team BFR, he is very close to the team King, and King dished out only quite less amount of damage, but BFR, they don't want to take any fight.
Well, for now, they certainly were part of one fight. That is where they lost to Babo and walked away with 1 kill. So that's a trade-off basically coming in from their side. And this is a team that's being led by Sheikh Mir Ali. And of course, the conversation is going to be based upon, well, do we take those early fights or do we wait for those final circles to chime in? And probably that is the conversation. But with that, this is something I do not like. When all of your team members are part of the same exact car is when things can go so very bad.
Yup, things can go south because if any player spots you down and he start dishing out damage, and if the vehicle will blown up, you'll get instantly eliminated from the lobby. But right now, let's see if they can able to find another vehicle, then they can able to focus on their rotations. But if we talk about this team, Team GRS, I have high expectations from them because the way they are just moving forward, the way they are, I can see that combination as well as that synergy in these players. Let's see, can they able to convert that synergy into chicken dinner? This is the best question I can ask.
Absolutely, mate. And that's going to be a question that I will not be able to answer for the moment because the game is going to move on along with a very steady pace. We're only 7 minutes in and we're already looking at 47 people alive with 14 teams remaining. This is, of course, an all-out war situation being brought in from this lobby, and it is looking really good. But the conversation will then move on down towards where exactly is the circle going to be pushing them along. Right now, the teams are looking pretty comfortable. All of them have their own individual spots and areas working in their favor. It seems like there might be a little bit of contestation down towards the side of Rosehawk, maybe as the team Fyme seem to be making their way down towards that region.
Yep, it's true. Let's see, can they able to do that? But at this moment, I can see Team LS Unknown. They are on the northern side of the Rosehawk. They are pretty far away from a hot drop because they are just holding that one triple story building, as well as I can imagine that one squad house, and that's a really passive approach coming from the side of Ellis. Let's see, is this passive approach is the best thing for them? And only time will answer my question. Meanwhile, King 786, he is just camping that military area bridge. Max as well as his teammates is gonna continue their rotations from that bridge. If King. King could able to find some knocks. He has to finish them instantly, otherwise he'll get punished.
That is true. That is so very true. For the moment, we can see that when it comes to the military base, there are teams that were down there who have started making their rotation, and it seems like there was a team who will maybe be able to get that bridge camp set up for themselves. Will it work in their favor, though, is what we are going to have to see. There is going to be Team 16 right here, and that time Team 16 is going to be YS Esports. And they have made it into the circle for the moment. As they get themselves acclimated, they do need to get a bit more utilities. As we can clearly see, they don't have any for the moment.
Yep, that's true, and right now that's why they are just looting those individual compounds. But let's have a look at the the safe zone. My bad, it's just focusing that school area as well as Pochinki is still inside the safe zone. So the teams, the teams that holding that Pochinki area, they're still safe. As well as if the team Devil as well as LC, if they want to engage in a fight, they're welcome, because I really want to see another fight breaking out. But Team Gen, they are on the top of the map. They are outside of the safe zone, and they have to do some early rotations, because if they are focusing on those late rotations, if any team decided to gatekeep for them, then this is not going to this is not a good thing for them, basically.
Exactly, that's certainly the case. This is where we do start looking at a bit of a stalemate situation when it comes to the lobby. There are teams that are trying to find themselves in a decent position when it comes to the compounds and the open areas. For now, there are no teams that will be, so close to each other that we could actually see a fight start off. But one thing that I'm actually noticing is the fact that when it comes to this lobby, group number 8, a lot of these teams have jumped in with all 4 members rather than a 3-man
Yep.
squad that Group 7 showcased. This time around, we've got all 4 members of the teams that have jumped into the lobby. That's a really good thing. That's going to be most crucial when it comes to the final few moments of the game. With that, we've got the first airdrop being dropped, and that is going to be the M24 available for these lads. Again, a devilish gun, hard to control. Not all moments you're going to be able to utilize it, but if you've got it and you're in the final circle, boy, oh boy, there's a lot of damage with those 100 bullets that you can give.
True, and the main thing is, you can eliminate the whole team in just single spray. It doesn't matter if there's a 3-man lineup or a 4-man lineup, but the main thing is Team Team DESfyme. They just playing with the 3-man lineup, which is not an ideal situation. Meanwhile, Abdul Hannan, the players of Abdul Hannan, they got picked off by one BFR. The players of BFR. Chaudhary is the one who got knocked out, but the cover is here, and at this moment, Team BFR, they're just marching towards them, and maybe it seems like they have an upper hand. And Baba OP, Bad Boy, my Bad Boy is the one who's gonna knock out Chaudhary again.
Well, this is just perfect. This is what we've been waiting for. We've finally got a few fights being taken away right here, and it is K9 out in the open trying to push on alongside the compound that is being, of course, controlled by BFR. But BFR, whoa, Hannan, what have you done, mate? Is that a smoke that was dished out? Well, if it was a smoke, then it's a GG play. But if not, that is an annihilating play indeed. And boy, oh boy, well, why did you have to do that? It is going to be the end of him. BFR, they had the compound, and now they walk away with kills. Thus, they've got the points working in their favor. And look at the irony in the situation. It was the other team that did give in the smoke, but it is BFR's Shaco who seems to be utilizing it in his favor.
True, that's the beauty of this Pubgmobile. Meanwhile, Ghost spotted down the players of BFR, but he don't want to knock them down, which is a good position, because otherwise, if he is going to do that, his position will he is just going to basically compromise his position. But right now, the safe zone is just going to close in, and it's just form on the school area. So 3 teams, my bad, 4 teams, they are quite happy. DES, YS, Fyme, and LS, they are inside the safe zone. And except these 4 teams, every single team, they have to move inside the zone.
Exactly. As we move on along, this is K9's ghost being an absolute ghost in the situation. He has not given away or revealed his position as of now, and that's going to be working in his favor because eventually, even though his team was knocked out, the best thing that he can do right now is be the snail that he's being right now, be the ghost that he can be, and get those placement points working in his favor. When it comes to the zone itself, we are going to be looking at the fourth zone being brought in the next 15 seconds. But right now, it is BFR who have left the compound, going to be working on down towards the compound, towards the zone itself. Apologies, but that is perfect for K9 because K9 has now got the opportunity to slowly and steadily work towards those placement points because he's the only man surviving.
And those placement points, they are going to be very, very crucial for you because you are the last hope. You have a lot of work to do right now, and the main thing is the main focus is you. Every single team just they want to be in the top 7 because I'll tell you another time, ladies and gentlemen, that is only top 7 teams will qualify for the phase 2, and that's why DESfyme coming into action knocked out one player, but can he able to convert that knock into a kill? But at this moment, LC Bunny OP, he spotted down the players of Wise Esports. He tried to dish out some damage, but right now he just backed off because he knew he knew that position is not good because he is in the open area and he can spot down by his opponents very easily.
Exactly, and right here we see a stalemate being created between the team 16 and team 19, and those are going to be YS Esports and Leopards respectively for the moment. It does seem like they have not given away the information. Team 16 right now, which is of course going to be YS Esports, have their crosshairs set, but the compound is looking pretty clean, and that's going to be good because again, Leopards do not want to be able to give away their kills. They have all 4 members alive for themselves. Move that conversation down towards teams that are outside the zone. We just saw G4 making their way into the zone. They were about 300 meters away. As they do so, they are going to be crossing the paths of team 13, which is going to be RB right here, and rule breakers maybe could try and dish out a bit of damage because if they do and get it on point, G4, well, all 3 members are in that one car.
But at this moment, Rule Breakers take an exit at the 14th position, and the team BFR is the one who just picked off both the players of Rule Breakers. But now let's get back to the conversation, which is BFR. They have to move inside the zone, and one player of team BFR, his name is Shaika. He got knocked out by the blue zone, which is not a good thing because first of all, you are 680 meters far away from the zone. Then you have to use that. You have to use those crucial med kits as well as those bandages, which you want to save for the further stages of the match.
Exactly, and as we move on down towards the circle itself, this is where we are looking at Team Fyme in a really good position of the circle, but move that conversation towards aggression, and it is Astro, Team Astro at the receiving end, Killer being dropped down back into the lobby thanks to Team 14. That is going to be Orion, and Orion have a lot of information, and they are just knocking down players. Now they have their crosshairs set towards Lost Esports compound. Move that towards the Georgia Pole region, where we've got the apartments that are busy with 3 or rather 4 individual teams actually. Team that is Astro might be able to get that rotation working in their favor, and yes, they will be able to do so absolutely perfectly. But right here we've got Team 14. That is going to be Orion. That is not seeming like they want to leave without a fight.
True, because if you want some kills, you have to engage in some fights. Meanwhile, we can see Shikari. He's the one who has that level 3 kit. But right now, I think so. A fight is just gonna break out after after a couple of minutes because 2 teams, G4 and DOS Esports, are very close to each other, and LS Unknown is the one who's just gonna break the silence. He knocked out Camper, and now it's a 3v3 situation for both the teams. Are they going to use some grenades? Yep, Unknown just lobbed another grenade, and he received a lot of damage.
A lot of damage certainly has been dished, and it is, of course, Lost Esports' fight that could be converted in their favor. It is Iconic and Believe that are ready to bring in those nades. And on the other side, when it talk about Team G4 Esports, they are at the receiving end. They are all bunched together into the small little apartment. One good nade could bring them all down, and this is the moment that maybe Team Lost Esports could utilize in their favor as they try and push on along. But it is, from the looks of it, a 4v3 situation.
True, and we already know, we all know that man advantage is very very crucial in PUBG Mobile, because sometimes wonders can happen, because any player can do a 1v2, a 1v3, a 1v4 clutch, but it's they are rare, and that's why we all hype up when these type of gameplay we watch. But right now, Tiger OP is the one who picked up that M249 from the drop. And right now, he's just moving inside the safe zone, and this fight is still going on. It's a basically, we can say it's a Mexican standoff between these two teams, but no one want to aggress more, because right now they just want to play on their halves, in their halves basically.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about holding your spot, and that is what these teams are doing for the moment. But to be able to convert them into kills, to be able to get them points from this retaliation that's being brought on from these two teams, it is going to be a very crucial thing, but a difficult approach to the entirety of the affair as well, because that is looking like. But both the teams, they have the information being relayed, but move that conversation towards Team 15 right now. That is going to be Quettaknigh. They are bringing down the player bad OP from BFR. He's outside the zone, not going to be able to survive. But thankfully, he did not give away his skill. So that works in their favor, but it is finally happening right here. Iconic from Lost Esports has left the compound, and it is G4 that has pushed on along. Not a lot of utilities being utilized right now. There is none whatsoever at all. There should be a lot more. And there we go. Talking about utilities, that is exactly what we've been seeing. Lost Esports Iconic is going to be running for his life, and 4v3 situation. Who is going to be on top? We shall find out.
True, G4, they are looking pretty strong, because they just got a hold on this barn house. Meanwhile, Erangel is the one just going to knock out Shikari out in the open, and he's just going to pick him off as well. Meanwhile, this fight is still going on. Lost Esports Iconic and Unknown, they are in the same compound. I believe he's just hiding onto the top of that building, and Erangel is going to confirm the kill of BFR Tiger. Mushrif, he got knocked out, and he is not looking pretty strong, because now there's only one player surviving on his team. And Unknown, oh my god, he should pull his trigger. Otherwise, he'll get punished, and the same thing happened. Now it's a 4v2 situation.
Exactly, a 4v2 situation is what this has resulted in, and perfect aggression being showcased from the side of G4 Esports. Oh, perfect low toss coming in from the side of Jazzy OP, but will that be able to confirm him a kill? Not yet, but they know exactly where to, dish out that damage, where to go and find the opponent team. Right here, we can see Lost Esports trying to believe in his fate that he will be able to walk away from the situation. But the way G4 Esports is approaching their compound, it is looking really tricky. As you just mentioned, it is a 4v2 affair, but G4 Esports are busy down in the house where Believe, well, he's on top of the house.
True, and Iconic, look at the position of Iconic. He can knock out two players instantly, because, you know what, G4 Esports, they just want to over-aggress at this situation, and they should use that, backyard to move inside the safe zone. Meanwhile, Fyme is the one who's just gonna confirm that kill of Shelby. Iconic, he wanted out one there, but he's too late. Believe just dropped down from the building. He knocked out two players. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Jazzy and Camper is still surviving. Iconic is also dropped out from the building, but Camper is the one just gonna eliminate him. And finally, Lost Esports basically lost this fight.
Oh, yes, they did. Not the start that they would have wanted, but it was certainly a 4v3 affair with that team G4 Esports walking away with all 4 players alive. This is going to be really good, but as they do so, as they try and get into the circle, the journey has just started, because the fights are going to get that much more aggressive, because there are so many teams. There are 6 teams that are still alive. We are 22 minutes in, and as you talk about the circle itself, DE is looking pretty comfortable for the moment. That's going to be, of course, DESfyme.
True. DESfyme, they have the hold of that compound. Meanwhile, Bunny, finally, finally, I'm witnessing this player. Finally, someone is using that SKS into the final circle, into the furthest stage, in almost a sixth circle of the map. Meanwhile, we can see Bunny OP switch to M416, trying to dish out a lot of damage, but could not able to connect a single shot. Meanwhile, Hami, Scott, he spotted him down. Only one bullet got connected on the head, and he dished out 39 damage. And Hami, just because of that smoke cloud, he able to move inside the safe compound and find Predator. He knocked out Prime Predator, but in the retaliation fire, Strix knocked him down, and in the trade, he also gonna finish him off.
Well, this is looking pretty neat for the side of course DESfyme. And right here, when you talk about this team 15, they are Quettaknigh looking in control, bringing in some perfectly controlled aggression as they push on along towards the compound. Now this is where we've got 5 teams remaining. We've got team 19, that's going to be of course LC, Leopards, and we have right here Quettaknigh. That is going to be going down. That brings us down to 4 teams remaining. Team 14 right now, a 2-man squad with 2 kills to themselves. Are they going to be able to retaliate? This is Fyme's, well, from the looks of it, it certainly is looking like a Fyme game.
True, it certainly looks like a Fyme game. Meanwhile, G4, only one player is still surviving. What Predator? He just, he just go on the other side of the wall. He just went on the other side of the wall and he jumped off again. I don't know why he's just not confirming those kills. I think so. He just want to annihilate players of ORION. Meanwhile, another player from T25 got knocked out. G4 Esports, they are not looking strong. Scott, he got knocked out by Fyme as well, and Fyme, they got the hold of this compound, which is very crucial. Finally, Strix is the one just going to confirm that kill off Clutch.
Absolutely, bringing in that mini control. It is going to be perfect play, and it seems like they will get those kills as well. Now that leaves G4 with only 2-man army remaining. We still have all 4 teams that were part of this final circle. DESfyme, they are in control of this final circle. LC is the one that is trying to maybe push on along, but it is going to be really difficult for them to do so because Leopards, they have nothing but open areas to push on along through. That is not the play they want to bring, but you talk about Leopards, they are still okay. Bunny OP has that perfect cover. But the other teams though, there we go, G4, as they try and push along, either the circle will get them, or as they try and push along, the other team will get them. And that is not the position that they want to be, because right in front of them is going to be Orion to make their rotation really difficult.
True. Meanwhile, but the good thing is, G4 finally, the safe zone is just favoring them. Now, Fyme, they have to move inside the safe zone. Camper just, popped another smoke to make an extra cover, to block out the visions of the players of Leopards. Meanwhile, Fyme, before this, they were looking pretty strong, but right now, the safe zone just move a little bit far away from them. Zio, he is on very low health, just gonna slam his buggy on the airdrop, and he just got dropped down, and just because of that, knock finish, just gonna knock him down, and knock finish, just use one utility to finish that kill.
That was perfect play coming in from Orion's knock finish indeed, and he was able to retaliate that push coming in from the side of DESfyme. But DESfyme, now this is what it feels like, mates. When you have the compound working in your favor and you're being forced to push on along, that is what is happening. It is just the symphony being created against you. With that, we've got only 2 players remaining from the side of DESfyme. On the other side, when you talk about, Leopards, they are looking pretty neat. They have a lot of control, but do not forget, G4, they are still here. They could very well convert this fight in their favor. Orion is still there. Orion have no utilities from the looks of it because they've not been able to utilize any. As of now, maybe if they had, they should have probably used them because G4 is right next to them.
Maybe they just want to save those utilities for the finals. Meanwhile, Fyme one just gonna eliminate the team of LC, and now we are down to only 2 teams. We have knock finish of Team Orion, and then it is a 1v3 situation, totally against him, against G4, and I think so G4 can able to win this map. It's a 2v2 situation, my bad, but look how Camper, look at the vest, look at the loadout. His vest and helmet, it's almost 90% damaged.
Exactly, it is pretty much done and dusted for. They have no utilities, nor does the Orion from the looks of it. It is going to be a snail pacing performance coming in from this. And as you were mentioning, Phoenix, exactly what this team did. Orion
Yeah.
were holding on to those utilities, and finally, they're going to start creating that flank, hopefully, as they've got the smoke covering them from the right hand side. But when you talk about that circle is what is going to push Orion towards the side of G4, and that is where Jazzy as well as Camper could very well capitalize. I mean, Jazzy, he is sticking to the cover, he is sticking to the back lines, and he will probably try and bring in those wonderful, wonderful knocks towards the side of Orion. But Camper, well, he has no information as of now. He just knows where the team is, but he has no way of. Now he finally does, and he will retaliate. Not yet, not yet. But as we just discussed, Orion will be pushed on based on the circle.
True. Meanwhile, one the Wriggle, he also got knocked out. Finish got finished by Camper. But the main thing is G4. There was a time when G4, they were not looking pretty strong. Only 2 players are surviving for this team, and finally, they are the only 2 players who secured a chicken dinner for themselves. But to be honest, Orion, if the safe zone is just going to focus, if the safe zone is just going to favor Team Orion, it might possible Orion would have taken this chicken dinner.
Exactly, mate. Both the teams were looking
Yep.
really comfortable, really confident. I mean, we had GE Esports with 5 kills to them. Now, with that, they got 6 kills, and of course, the placement points working in their favor. So they've got a massive lead. But alongside that, when you talk about Orion, they had 4 kills. They were looking pretty comfortable. They were they were glued down to that tree for the longest time. They held on down towards those utilities as well. But eventually, it was the circle that did push them along onto a side that they did not want to be a part of, sadly. But boy, oh boy, it was a good game.
It certainly was a good game, but all the teams, they just performed so well. You know what? It's not like the previous group matches. And in that group, Futuristic X was totally dominating. Chapad Ganju was
True.
totally dominating, and we just showcasing the perfect gameplay. Right now, this match was totally balanced.
It was, and that is what you do want to be able to see. When it comes to the campus championship, you want to be able to see all the teams, first things first, being a part of the lobby. Secondly, you want to be able to see what sort of communication is
Yeah.
being brought on down towards those fights. And that is where we saw a lot of wonderful fights take place, a lot of incredibly turned events where things were looking in favor of so many of these teams. And eventually, again, as you move that conversation along, we will see what sort of kill department was it based on. Well, talking about it, let's move on to the match ranking and find out what sort of a kill department did we see coming in from so many of these teams, and it is looking pretty neat.
True, it is looking pretty neat. Meanwhile, DESfyme is the one secured a first position for themselves with 24 points. With 22 points, G4 Esports are not that far behind. They played so well. Orion, they secured 3rd position for themselves with total 16 points. And Quettaknigh, whoa, an impressive gameplay coming from the side of this team as well.
Exactly. I mean, Quettaknigh, they were there when it came down to the aggression part. They walked away with 8 kills and 14 points to this team. I mean, again, as we were just discussing, Phoenix, this entire lobby, there are so many kills being distributed amongst the entirety of the lobby, at least the first page of this lobby. As you move on down towards the second page, that is where team have been at a stalemate opportunity. But they still have 2 games remaining.
Yeah, they still have 2 games remaining, and I really want to see 16 teams in the Sanhok map. But the main thing is, only one team is in the match ranking, in the second page of the match ranking, who secured 1 kill point. It's Team FTE, but they have to focus on the placement points as well. The competition was pretty tough. But the main thing is, teams like G4, Fyme, Orion, they dominated the whole game. And Leopards, I really want to mention this team. While they were rotating, they got a good position, but just because of the vehicles burst down, they could not able to make it through.
Exactly, mate. There were so many moments. Let's go on down towards, of course, the Oppo F19 Pro moments and see the retaliation, the aggression that we saw right off the bat in the first few minutes of the game itself.
Yep, and if we talk about Wriggle, he is looking pretty strong from the start of the match. This is the fight. This is the fight we're waiting for. Unknown, he knocked out 1 player, but you know, if the whole team of L4 at that situation, if they rush towards the players of G4, maybe it might possible we could have seen a different champion. But Jazzy as well as his teammate Camper somehow managed to win this fight, and you know what, they have the mad advantage. They can win this fight. Cancer spin down the players of Team Orion, but still Team Orion also managed to claim second position.
Exactly. I mean, they held that ground, they held that tree like very close, dear to them, and they, of course, were able to capitalize on that situation. Move on down towards these final fights. That is where we saw Fyme bring in a lot of kills. I mean, 14 kills is what they walked away with. The compound working in their favor, but finally it was G4 that was able to knock down the team of Orion and get that chicken dinner. But boy, oh boy, I mean, the first page of this entire lobby is looking really dominating from the side of G4, from, I mean, all the teams pretty much. I'm expecting, as we've still got 2 more games remaining, we shall see what do they bring to the table.
Yeah, let's see. And the main thing is, teams like Fyme as well as G4 Ryan, can they able to perform well? Can they able to perform the same as they perform in this map? Is one of the biggest question, because we all know consistent is the key to be on top. And I'll tell you one more time, ladies and gentlemen, only top 17 will qualify for the phase 2.
Exactly, only 7 teams. Only 7 teams. So there are 3 games for the day, and they need to be bringing in that A-class performance for themselves, rule-breaking performance for themselves, because that is what is at stake. Otherwise, you will be eliminated, and that is something that no team wants to be a part of. With that, we've got the 1 game done for group number 8. We're going to be going on a short little break. The aggression, the awesomeness will continue after this as we move on along with the games.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here, but be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karakin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karakin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan Region 2021. My name is Phoenix Shivans, and with me it's a blotter, aka Lakshya Singh. And we saw the first game of Group 8, and teams like Fyme, G4, and Orion, they played so well. Now we have the playing path of the Sanhok map is in front of us, and it's going from the western side of Camp Alpha towards the docks area.
Absolutely, and that is going to be dividing the map for now, and we shall have to see where the teams are going to be going down towards. For right now, we can see that the team LS alongside they have another team that seems to be going down towards the. Well, let's actually keep our fingers crossed that they do not contest this early in the game, because you know for a fact when it comes to the map of Sanhok, there are going to be quite a lot of early contestations, early fights being dished out, and that is what the situation is seeming like when you look on down towards the Hutton region. That is where both those teams are wanting to drop down towards, and we could very well see our first fight being started off right off the bat. But move that down towards the, well, Camp Charlie region, where Astro has decided to go down to. They have nobody around them.
True. There's not a single team in the third island of the Sanhok map. But right now, we talk about this team, the team number who's Brekar, team number 13. They are in a bit of trouble because they already lost one player in very, very early stage. And team lost Esports. They're just again marching in towards them. And I think so. Rule breakers, they are in a huge trouble.
Well, they certainly are. I mean, they've broken the first rule of engagement, that is to only engage when you know you can take a fight. I mean, they genuinely decided to go down to the exact same compound that Lost Esports decided to be a part of. And with that, I'm sorry to say, chat, Rule Breaker is not off to a great start. Even though we had a lot of peeps waiting for this team to maybe bring up a lot of the dominating plays, is Rule Breaker at the receiving end for the moment.
True. Meanwhile, Reback is the one who's just going to finish Erangel with an AKM. But at this position, Lost Esports, they already got 2 kills for themselves, and I think so they want more. That's why they're still searching for the last 2 players of the rule breakers. And at this moment, we can see Team FTE as well as the players of Team Orion, the team who finished on third position in the previous match. Uh, they are looking pretty good. They just have to show consistent performance in this game as well.
Absolutely. For now, we've got a 3v3 situation being set up right here into this compound, and that is going to be a crucial thing as to who gets that first information. Right now, of course, we've got Paraboy Scarlet as well as Reback, who are getting themselves acclimated towards the compound as well as getting their loot segregated and sorted. On the other side, of course, is Orion, who are doing the exact same thing. But slowly and steadily, it seems like Orion is the one who's pushing on alongside towards this team. But move that towards the Paradise Resort area is where we have DESfyme, who are trying to bring in some early aggression once again as they move on down towards the team of course, K9 team instead.
True. Meanwhile, we talk about this team, Abdul Hannan. Um, at this position, Fyme, they performed well in the previous match, and I expect the same. But Strix, he is in a bit of trouble because he already got knocked out by Tyrant. Tyrant, he know where the player are. He know where the player hiding behind that wall, but he has to charge towards them. One player goes, just did the same thing. Already knocked out 2 players and finished them instantly.
Perfect communication coming in from the side of course, Tyrant right here towards his teammate, and he has been able to give away that information and relay that and get those kills confirmed for him as well. With that, this team is down to a 2-man squad as Hanan has been brought down to his knees, but K9's aggression is not stopping for the moment. It is going to be bringing in a lot more kills for themselves, but will DESfyme be able to retaliate? As of now, no is the answer, but slow and steady is the progress from this team because, well, K9 has been brought down to just 1 man surviving for now. Ghost is the only one. He should probably run away from the fight.
Yep, but it seems like he is ready to take a fight. He just don't want to run away. And Shyme, Ezio from Fyme, he is in the open area. Ghost already spotted him out. Ghost want to knock him down, but that cover from Zesty is so important. That's why they eliminated the whole team of Team K9.
Exactly. With that, it is Abdul Hannan's team that is going to be taking that early exit, along with which, of course, this has been a really not the kind of fight that, of course, the DESfyme would have wanted. They have lost 2 players, even though they did get the kills, they did get the points working in their favor, but they did lose 2 players. That means Zesty as well as Zio, they are going to have to take a slow and steady pace for the remainder of the game. Otherwise, it is going to be giving away points to the other teams. Right here, we come back to the compound where we did see these 2 teams that are stuck in this stalemate sort of position where, of course, it seems like Orion are the ones who are going to be exiting the compound. They are not wanting to take this fight for the moment. And with that, we've got the first airdrop being dropped down towards the water region.
True, true. And in that airdrop, we have MK14 with a level 3 kit and a 8x scope. And if I talk about this gun, you know what? You can use this gun in the long range fights as well as in the short range if you convert it into it in auto. But the fire rate is still good, but the damage is really incredible. Right now in the Camp Charlie area, I can see this team Orion, they just fall back, which is kind of a good decision, because if they don't want to take in and if they don't want to take any fight, if they don't want to engage in any fight and very early of the match, you should play a little bit passive, and that's the same approach Orion just showcasing.
Exactly. For the moment, that is what they are showcasing, and that's A-okay as well, because it's just the early few moments of the game itself. We've not even completed the first circle itself, so it is going to be absolutely fine. They will have a lot more moments to be able to convert those perfect opportunities into kills and get some points. But right now, the sooner they leave the area and find themselves a decent compound that they can call their own is better off for them. But as this team makes their rotation, there are going to be other teams that will maybe bring them down, because they are being very slow about this rotation and stopping like this, they are going to be easy targets for so many of the other teams. Thankfully, though, there aren't many teams around them.
True. The luck is just favoring them. Meanwhile, first zone is just closing in. Team FTE, they are 630 meters far away from the zone. They're just focusing on the rotation, and they just brought down to only three players, my bad, because they already lost Sama in an early skirmish. But it might possible that this gonna haunt them for the entire match if they take an early exit.
Absolutely will, mate. There's no two ways about it, because it is going to be really crucial for them to be able to, walk away with a lot of kills. But if they do end up giving away those points and their teammates keep on going down, it is not the kind of play that they want to be able to do. This is the second game and they've only got one more game remaining. With that, you move on down towards Orion and their rotation. They seem to have found a team that is I Don't Lose, and I Don't Lose has dished out a lot of damage towards the side of Orion, and it is a 3v3 situation between these two.
Meanwhile, we can see Knock finish. He already received a lot of damage. Exodia, he is on the other side, just opposite to his friend and just opposite to his teammate. My bad. But Exodia, he has that cover, and the players of I Don't Lose, they know that the players are just behind those rocks. So if I really want to see that Noob or King, they go on a flank angle and just going to surprise the players, if they can able to do that.
Exactly. With that, we see on towards the map. That is where we've got Mamba being joining in with a very interesting flank angle, and that could be the crucial role that this lad is going to play for his team. But we shall have to see how that fight is going to turn out to be. On the other side, when you take the conversation down towards Astro, they are looking pretty comfortable. Still no team around them. Then comes, of course, the team of Hannan that is in the center right now, and this team, they have the entirety of the region working in their favor. The only contestation that we can see is going to be right here, where we've got Orion and, of course, I Don't Lose, and there will be another team that will chime in along into this fight in a few moments.
True, and we can see a lot of team in the eastern side of the safe zone, and it means if there are a lot of teams, we might witness a lot of fights as well. But meanwhile, the cover is here, the backup is here, the players of Orion finally, they can run away, because Mamba, he has one vehicle. If he want to save his teammate, he can help them out, because he can just tell his teammates to just sit down in the buggy and he'll go away, and he is doing the same thing.
Absolutely. For now, that is exactly the approach that these lads have taken, even though they are receiving a little bit of damage coming in from this team, and that's going to be Noob dishing out a little bit of damage, but eventually they will be able to get away from that situation. But in doing so, they've left that one lad that's going to be Knock Finish, and Knock Finish is all by himself. And Orion team members, where are you at? You've left that one lad, and that one lad has gone down.
True, Knock finish will get knocked finished instantly by King 786. And yep, this team, they are playing with the 3-man lineup, and they already secured one kill. Meanwhile, Dynasty Fyme Zesty is the one who will get knocked out, and he needed revive ASAP, otherwise his kill will get confirmed, and the same thing happened.
Exactly, and right here we move on down towards the side of Leopard, who are all looking pretty strong, a 4-man team, and they seem to be looking comfortable with a decent amount of loot as they make themselves in towards the zone. As we also go down towards team I Don't Lose, that did get that one kill from the side of Orion. I mean, interesting conversation coming in from Orion. Why did they end up deciding to leave that one player, and who decides and picks who will be left and who will? Well, I mean, again, it's a very interesting conversation, right? I mean, yes, they're all friends. Yes, they are team members. Yes, there's a lot of synergy, but every single player wants to be part of the game. Nobody's going to be like, you know what, lads, you go right ahead. I'm going to be taking the fall. I mean, come on.
Until unless you're like, because we don't have any chance, like you are going to live, I'm going to die, but just go away, just run away. It might possible. The IGL is just saying same thing, right? At least pick one player, and that's why Orion, they brought down to only 2 players. But let's see how they are going to perform the further stage of the match.
Talk about rivalry. I mean, we normally talk about rivalries between teams. It seems like there's a little bit of rivalry going on between the players. players of Orion itself for the moment. But here we have
Yeah.
Iron 2s who are playing their first game, have of course gotten that kill on towards the side of Orion's player and are going to be looking pretty comfortable in towards this compound, and it is in the circle as well. So that's going to be A-okay. And as we go on down towards the map itself, there is no team that is going to be contesting them, but move on down towards the center. This is where things can get a little bit tricky, where we've got BFR and we've got a couple of other teams that are going to be south of bootcamp region that are in the open. And wow, perfect. There is going to be an airdrop to, well, lucratively being dropped down between these two teams on the south of bootcamp. BFR as well as DES, from the looks of it, is there, and they will probably be the ones getting into a fight hopefully soon. But talking about fights, Astro has been that one team that has taken a perfect drop location. No
Yep.
team around them. Till now, they have not seen a fight. They have not, I'm sure, even heard of any fights happening because they're so far away.
Yeah, they're so far away from every single team because all the teams, they just drop down near that eastern side of the map. And what we have in the airdrop 3, we have M249 with a 4x and a level 3 kit. On this Sanhok map, M249 will do a lot of job for you, because if you got stuck in a 1v2 situation, if you are rotating and if any team is just gatekeeping for you, just attach a 3x, and if your spray is perfect, if your accuracy is perfect, if your recoil control is perfect, then maybe you can knock out 1 to 2 players in just a single spray.
Absolutely can. With that, we move towards FTE. That's going to be Team FTE, slowly and steadily making themselves comfortable and known into this location of the zone. But they are going on down towards the compound of Orion. Now, they have already lost one player. That's going to be Team 12 has lost one player. On the other side, when you talk about Iron Clues, they are also a 3-man army. So it's a 3v3 stalemate situation, which could be brought down towards, well, again, the best thing working in these lads' favor is going to be the circle, because somebody has to run away, somebody has to take the fight. And will I don't lose want to run away? I doubt.
Yeah, same here. I totally agree with the point. But the main thing, if any team is just gonna get that ruins area, it might possible maybe they are just get more close to that second enemy, because ruins, it's in the center of the same zone. Meanwhile, this fight between these two teams is finally breaking out between I Don't Lose and team FTE. They got an upper advantage because they knocked out one player. Paraboy just moving forward, he has that one grenade in his hand, and what he is doing in the previous match, he did the same thing.
Absolutely did, mate. With that, Team FTE, well, they certainly seem to have brought in a little bit of aggression down towards the side of, perfect turn of events. I Don't Lose, sad to state that you only had that one kill. This fight, it seems like they are not in control whatsoever at all. Even though they had the compound working in their favor, even though they had all the cover working in their favor, and it was Team FTE that was pushing from the opens, but beautiful turn of events, because FTE's communication is on point and they are retaliating towards I Don't Lose. But now I Don't Lose certainly have the information, and the conversation will be based on down towards how exactly is Scarlet and Paraboy going to be approaching this conversation, because they are both playing together. There needs to be a little bit of flank created to be able to dish out a lot more damage towards I Don't Lose.
True. Meanwhile, in the backline, Leopards, the team Leopards were doing their rotations, and okay, Noob as well as King 786, they just ran away because they know about this fact that the safe zone is just also going to close in, and this team is just also marching towards us. So what if we don't want to engage in any fight? We just want to run for our life, and we'll meet you soon. And right now, I really appreciate this decision.
Absolutely, mate. Because again, I mean, that is what the conversation will move on down towards within the team itself. That either we take a fight, or because we risk the conversation of losing the fight, which could be detrimental. But on the other side, we could very well just take a back step and work towards those placement points, and that's what this team I Don't Lose have decided to do. But as they do so, they will be rushing out in the open, and that could be crucial because, well, never mind the crucial elements, they have moved on towards the zone, and they are now going to be gate kept from these teams that are within the zone for the moment.
True. Meanwhile, We can see I don't lose. One player got knocked out. He need a revive. Noob just gonna heal him up. Then he's going to revive his teammate. And Leopards, one player also from the Leopard side, he got revived. And okay, he spotted down Reback. Noob spotted down Reback, trying to dish out some damage. But the main thing is, first of all, revive your teammates, because you both are taking damage of the blue zone, which is not a good thing. You're already 350 meters far away. Paraboy got spotted out by Noob, but Noob got picked up by the player of Team FTE.
Absolutely, that is sad state of affair indeed, as these lads are outside the zone for the moment. And from the looks of it, even if that revive is done on Paraboy, he needs to rush on into the circle. But move on that conversation down towards Team 19 right here, which is of course going to be the Leopards. And interesting to know whence they make that rotation, but there are going to be a lot of teams that will be north of Fyme as they make this rotation, and they could very well be kept from this from the circle altogether itself. But for now, of course, the best thing that they can do is keep on running and get themselves as comfortable as they possibly can. They probably would have been better off if they had some sort of a vehicle, some tuk-tuk or something, to make it a bit more quick, because they are about 650 meters out of the zone for the moment.
True, and Clutch is the one. Scotch, my bad. He has good amount of heal, but Scarlet, I think so. He spotted down Scotch, and he is about to pick him off. And yep, he did the same thing. Scarlet, he has 3 first aid kit. Now he's going to apply 1 first aid kit. Now he's just left with only 2. But Cancer, he is in a bit of trouble because he already has 1 first aid kit. He also taken damage of the blue zone, and he spotted down Scarlet trying to dish out some damage. But Scarlet, he is in the driver's seat, and right now he's just running into open. But DESfyme just did third party and just picked Cancer.
Boy, oh boy, now is finally 18 minutes into the game. We are finally seeing fights being taken, because after all, it is the 4th circle, and this is forcing these teams to bring in that aggressive stance that they are a part of. Now, with that, it is DFR right now going on down towards the side of Team Generals, and Generals, it is Musharraf right here, who is all by himself. His teammates are behind him. They should be able to provide some sort of cover fire as BFR try and bring that competition in their favor. It is going to be retaliation sort of an agreement, but who will get the best of it? Because after all, BFR have given away a lot of the information. They have gotten that kill confirmed towards Musharraf, and that conversation is now being brought down towards a 4v2. Never mind, it is a 3v2 affair that has now been brought down to Generals. Kakar Khan, the only man surviving. Sad state of affairs, not the fight that Generals would have wanted to be.
Yep, and he also got spotted out by Shiko, and Shiko just got to pick him off, and they already secured 4 kills for themselves. They are quite happy because they are very close to the safe zone, and also they are gatekeeping for another team if they want to, because first of all, you have to clear your backlines, otherwise you will get punished by the teams who just want to move inside the safe zone.
Absolutely, and that is going to be really crucial, because these teams, they better start showcasing a lot more synergy when it comes to these fights. After all, that is what will break or make your game, and that is something that these teams can only work towards based on the communication, based on the conversation. And from the looks of it, the communication was not on point when it came down to the team of Musharraf. But never mind that conversation, move on down towards DESfyme. This is where team number 23 are going to be getting themselves, well, again, this is looking real tough for Ahad, because he has 300 meters to go. He only is the final man surviving for the team. Looking really difficult for him.
Yep, it's pretty difficult for him because he has only 2 first aid kit, and he's 350 meters far away from the zone as well. But Team GRS Astro, we talk about this team from the starting of the map. The safe zone is favoring them, and still they are inside the safe zone. LS unknown, his location could be the most surprise factor. It works as a surprise factor for the players of Astro if we just want to do a third party while they are having a fight between Team BFR.
Well, this is finally where Astro is going to be chiming into the aggressive stance. They have been away from the fights for quite a while, but here they are stepping in with all 4 members alive, and they already have 3 kills working in their favor. With that, as we talk about this team, Salman has been knocked from the side of Astro, but that's going to be a-okay because they will be able to revive him, no problem whatsoever at all. They are on top of the hill, being the king of the hill. They will have a lot more control, but there are so many teams that they will have to take a fight against, though.
True, and they already lost 2 players because 2 players got knocked out. Finally, Salman, he got the revive, and Pandex, he's just still holding. But Tiame is the one who's just gonna pick off the last player off. We can see the triple after our BPFP, but let's see, we are down to only 7 teams, and this team is also looking too good. Quettaknigh, and they performed well in the previous match. They secured 4th position with 14 points, and they are still looking good.
Exactly. I mean, this is a very aggressive team, no two ways about it. But right here, we do bring the conversation down to his Astro, who are slowly and steadily trying to convert all these fights in their favor. They've got all the utilities working, and they have the control of this perfect hill. They've got a circle working in their favor. The conversation is, are they going to be able to retaliate against so many teams? Slowly and steadily, the teams are being brought down. Now we're down to 6 teams, 22 minutes and 25 seconds, and the circle is going to push on along. Right here, we have a look at this final lad from the side of YS Esports, who has already been spotted from BFR Bad Boy OP and will not be able to jump into the zone from the looks of it.
True. Meanwhile, bad boy OP, he has to move inside the safe zone. But right now, he is hungry for some kills because he already know that he can move inside the safe zone without any problem. But I have to pick up that last player. Meanwhile, Sheko, he got knocked out, and Team GRS Astro, they are looking pretty strong because they are just picking off players one by one and converting those knock into kills as well. And BFR Sheko, the kill conversion is also there. And Astro, they are still inside the safe zone, looking pretty strong. And one more player, Killer spotted down another player and about to knock him down.
Well, Astro is in control of the circle from left, right, and center all across the board. This is looking retaliation coming in, domination coming in from the side of Astro. I mean, they had been hungry since the start, but finally are being able to convert those into points, into kills, and this team is going to be knocking down the entirety of the lobby from the looks of it. They are on top of the hill. Of course, the hill working in their favor. They've got themselves fanned out, but for how long? Which team is it going to be that will stop this retaliation?
True, this is the best question right now. But the first priority for every single team is to move inside the safe zone. And the last player of YS Esports is still surviving inside that compound. Babu, he know that the players is still inside that compound, but the confirmation is still not there.
Well, for the moment, it certainly is not there. And with that, you move on down towards, well, will the revival be done? Yes, the revival will be done. But as he does so, there is an opportunity for team number 16's mate to be able to get those 2 kills before he's sent back into the lobby based on the zone, because the zone is certainly going to be rushing for him. With that, we talk about team 24. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Team 16. Had he brought in some utilities for him, he could have been able to walk away with those 2 kills. But never mind that. Bring the conversation towards BFR. They will be able to now hopefully get themselves into the zone, but Astro is on a dominating streak as they get 8 kills confirmed for themselves. They've got the information for all the teams. There's 2 players on towards the side that they have got the information for, and on the other side, the other lads of the team Astra are already knocking down players.
Because, yeah, that's true. Believed himself and knock out and finished one player of Astro. Meanwhile, Iconic, he's just moving forward, just leading the charge. Panda X, his position has been compromised, and right now, Iconic just want to move from the right hand side, which is not a good thing. But the main thing is Vegito as well as Panda X just holding their back lines. Now it's time. Now it's the situation between these 2 teams who will get the chicken dinner. By the looks of it, Astro, they got the height advantage as well as the safe zone is also favoring them.
Iconic is not going to be able to make inside the circle. He was trying to jump across for quite some time, but it is Believe who was the last man surviving, but not for long, because after all, it is the team that was looking outside the zone for the longest time. They were nowhere close to any other team for the longest time, but as they jumped into those fights, they converted every single fight for themselves. And it is, of course, Astra that I'm talking about. Team Astro X taking a perfect chicken dinner for themselves with a high amount of kill, and that's just GG play.
That's some easy play, but the main thing is because they were inside the safe zone from the start of the match and they just continued that aggression till the end. But one more thing I just want to point out is, that that last thing, that the damage of the blue zone is so high in the last circle of the match that you will get knocked out from the blue zone, and just because of that
True.
you'll start shouting that why I just go on the left side of the map.
Absolutely, mate. What a wonderful play this was coming in from this team. That is going to be, of course, pushing them along when it comes to the overall ranking. They've got 2 games done when it comes to group number 8. They've got still one more game remaining. That's going to
Yep.
be on Miramar. And, of course, to let our viewers know, we are going to be looking on towards the top 7 teams that will, of course, move on to the next stage. But with that, let's have a look at Astro X's performance. 11 kills is what they brought through the table. Last game, they were on 8th spot with only 1 kill. And talk about a control. Wow.
Wow, what a gameplay coming from the side of Astro X. BFR, they claimed second position for themselves, and we can see that they got 17 points, which is really interesting. Lost Esports with 15 points on the third position, and DESfyme, I just want to talk about this team as well. They secured 5th position with total 11 points. ORION, the team who performed well, they got 9th position in the match ranking.
Absolutely, and that is something that is not looking good for the team. Now, move that conversation towards the generals. Now, the push that they tried to create, they need to be working on their communication a lot more, is what I would say. Because had they had a bit more of a flanked angle approach, because they were anyways approaching that situation from low side of the hill, and that of course was not going to work in their favor. Move that conversation towards G4 Esports as well. Now, G4, we know that when it comes to aggression, they are on point, but somehow not able to convert this game in their favor.
True, I totally agree with the point. But the thing is, now it's last match for Group
Oh,
8.
yes.
Let's see how the teams are going to perform in the last match. Let's have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro movements, and we are going to witness some of the most finest fights in this Sanhok map. At this moment, Team Rules Breaker, they just fall apart. They just got crumbled up by one team, and this fight was also interesting. K-Knight, they got a good hold, but due to less amounts of players alive in the lobby, they got eliminated on the 15th position.
Absolutely, and that is something that they, of course, did not want to be a part of. But move that conversation towards a team that we had been looking at for quite some time. That's going to be team number 12 right there. Were also making leaps and bounds when it came down to their rotations, but eventually, of course, were caught off guard when it came down to the final circle that they tried to be a part of. But move it towards these teams. Now, this is where Astro steps in, and they just annihilate the lobby one after the other. There was nothing stopping this team apart from, of course, getting those kills, getting those placement points, and boy, oh boy, 11 kills. 11 kills is what this team walked away with. That is just
True.
perfect play and perfect turnover wins for this team.
Yeah, you know what? One more thing I just want to point out, that aggression from the side of Believe was so on point. He knocked out one player, but could not able to survive for too long because he knew that that he can able to toss up 1 to 2 players, but the mad advantage is still favoring Team Astro.
Exactly.
Let's have a look at the overall ranking.
Well, with that, we've got 32 points. It is still DESfyme that is going to be taking a lead with those wonderful kills that they were able to get in the previous game. But move that conversation down towards Astro X. Last game, as we just discussed, they were able to walk away with just 1 kill and 1 placement point. This time around, they've converted that into 10 kills and 16 placement points. Going to be working phenomenal for this team, and they are on second. But again, we are going to be looking at only the top 7 to move on along towards the next stage. And Quettaknigh, they are a deserving team. They will probably be able to make it.
True, I totally agree with the point because Quettaknigh, they are having a good hold on the kill department with total 10 kills. So, they can perform well. Let's see if they're going to play in the third match. If they're going to play good in the third match, which is going to be the first question. Meanwhile, Lost Esports, they are on 9th position with just 17 points. So the main difference between these two teams, the 9th and the 10th, is quite large because 9 points difference is still huge in the PMCC Pakistan. But they are not that far behind from the 7th position because they are just 2 points behind from the 7th position because Just one game, just 3 kills, and you can climb up in the top 7.
Exactly, mate, and that is going to be the journey for so many of these teams. Hopefully, they do it again as you bring it down towards the first fight itself. Rule breakers not being able to get a decent start for themselves. This was their first game. Hopefully, as
Yep.
the day progresses on, the final game that we still have for group number 8, that's going to be on Miramar. Hopefully, they convert that map into their own and get those perfect points that they deserve. But it is an interesting group. I'm liking group number 8.
Yep, same here. I love the way these all the teams play, because the points are evenly distributed.
True. With that, we're going to go on a short little break. Stick around, guys. We're going to be back with final game of Group 8. Be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to Karakin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karakin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karakin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Quettaknigh for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Quettaknigh, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karakin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, a as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to Pubgmobile. Perfect turn of events indeed. It is, of course, the club championship in the Pakistan region. We've got all the teams divided in 8 individual groups, and right now we are part of Group 8's awesomeness, and it is all thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host and co-host, blotter, well, analyst, caster. It's all together. It is, of course, me and Phoenix. They're going to be taking you throughout the entire awesomeness of the campus championship. Phoenix,
True, thanks a lot, Potter. Yeah.
dude, we've got so many games done. This is going to be the final game of the day.
Yes.
What should we expect from group number 8, mate?
You know what? Group 8 is so good that all the teams, they are just playing their best gameplay. You know, in the previous groups, in all the groups, there are top 3 to 4 teams are just totally annihilating the whole lobby. But in this group, almost top till the top 6, there's a healthy competition between all the top 6 teams, because they are not that far behind except the first and the second, because they're playing still good. But let's see how all the teams are going to perform in the last match.
Absolutely, mate. This is a breaking sort of a situation that some of these teams are going to be in, because a few of these teams, like for example, you talk about Rule Breaker. I mean, online the chat is going bonkers for Rule Breaker, but somehow Rule Breaker has not been able to, break any rules when it comes to the game. Nor any teams, nor any band of brothers, so to say. But again, hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed, this might be their game, or if nothing else, they will be able to showcase a bit more of an awesome performance from themselves. With that, let's talk about the map itself, where we do see K9 as well as the few teams going on down towards the eastern side, and there we have it. We are going to be seeing a lot of early skirmishes once again.
True, and we love those early fights. We love those early skirmishes. But now, after a few minutes, I think so, we are going to witness a fight between Team FTE, the players of Team FTE versus the players of Generals, and let's see how they are going to perform. They are far away from the safe zone, so first of all they have to focus on the looting, then they should focus on the early rotation. Their priority is going to be the rotations. Otherwise, if the blue zone start closing in, you'll get very less amount of time to be inside the safe zone.
Exactly, mate, and that's going to be really crucial. But for now, of course, it is just the start of the game. They've got a lot of time to be able to loot and get themselves comfortable, but they don't really have a lot of time, because after all, as the two teams drop down towards the southern region of Doramuda, they know for a fact that there is another team right across the road. And that is where things can get tricky. Either Generals or the other team, FTE, will have to push on along or take a backseat approach from this, and that is exactly what we are seeing. Generals are set and ready to bring on that early aggression, and Paraboy from the side is going to be the one who is going to be on the scouting for the moment.
right now we talk about the location of Paraboy. He has a good position. He has that height advantage. But if two players charge straight toward him, towards him, then at that situation, I don't think so that Paraboy could survive for too long. But right now, by the looks of it, Paraboy just falling back, and Camper, this player always, you can see this player is always in the action, taking some fights, and right now he's just doing the same thing, and he spotted down the players of BFR trying to dish out some damage, but they were pretty far away from him.
Absolutely, for the moment that is the case. But another thing to talk about when it came down to the earlier fight that we were looking at is going to be Usma's placement. I mean, Paraboy certainly was there being the scout, but on the other side, when you talk about flank angles, Usma was right there across the road, and he had a perfect approach towards that fight. But it seems like they are going to be taking a back seat. Paraboy seems to have moved away from that compound as well, and they are going to be getting away as far away as they possibly can from this situation. And that again is a decent start to this fight, because after all, it's only been 4 minutes into the game. You've got 30 seconds till the second zone starts to kick in, and you do not want to be taking these early fights when you are not in control of the region.
True, as well as if you don't have a good loadout. So backing off from the fight, backing off from the early fights, it's still good. And the main thing is, if you want to gatekeep for that team, you can do it. And I think so. The same approach coming from the side of the players of Team FTE. Meanwhile, if we talk about this team, DESfyme, they are very close to the players of Lost Esports. We already saw the same thing in the previous group, and that group, the players of Chapad Ganju, they won that fight. They played so well, and I just want to witness the same thing.
Absolutely, mate. But here we have it. Early contestations being started right off the bat, and it is right here. Team Lost Esports that is able to, well, not convert this into their own, because it is their player Unknown who has been knocked, and DESfyme is the one who are, or rather, my apologies, this is DESfyme that are in control of this fight for the moment. They've got that knock. They will hopefully be able to get a kill confirmed, but from the looks of it, it is Lost Esports Uzair who is probably going to be able to get that revival done for the moment. We shall have to see if any of these lads are going to be pushing on along, because taking a fight from these apartments is going to be difficult.
Let me tell you one thing, Blotter. We saw 3 men lineup, in the past, in the previous matches. Now we have a 2 men lineup set up for us, and this is a really a tricky situation for this team, because you are going to face a team who has the 4 men alive, and if they want to, they can straight march towards you and they can take you down. But by the looks of it, the players of DESfyme, they got a good hold on this fight.
Absolutely do. For now, that is the case, because they are in control of whatever peak is being brought on down towards the side of Lost Esports. It's almost as if these guys are lost trying to make this push work in their favor, because DESfyme, they have all the control. They've got the utilities on point, and the conversation is going to be based on, wow, how exactly is Lost Esports going to be changing their approach to this? I mean, you talk about Believe right there, right? Believe
Yeah.
has been on to that small little corridor for the longest time. Iconic has been right here, and he has been giving away that information for quite some time as well. I mean, DESfyme's Ahmed, all they need to do is bring in a few utilities, and that is it. Finally, we see Lost Esports player take a different approach to that fight.
True, and this is going to help them a lot. Meanwhile, I can see the players of Fyme as well, not the DESfyme, but DESxfyme. The players of DESxfyme is in the same vicinity, in the same Picardo area. If they want to do a third party, at that situation, it might be possible that Lost Esports, they can get eliminated.
Absolutely. For now, we seem to have trades happening right here, where DESfyme's player Ahmed has been brought down, and on the other side, it is Unknown, it seemed like, who was knocked down once again as well, but he has been given the revival, so that's going to be working in the lads' favor. And this is the perfect moment that Lost Esports were waiting for, as they make that push, and they are going to be able to slowly and steadily get those kills and walk away with 2 points at least.
True. Meanwhile, Believe just lobbing back-to-back grenades on the last floor, on the top floor right now, and Ahad, he already taken some damage, and Shikari is just gonna hold down on the second floor. Let's see for how long this team can survive. And but at this situation, Lost Esports, they're just marching towards the players of DESfyme.
Absolutely. For now, once again, as you try and break down this fight, this is where Lost Esports needs to retaliate alongside a bit more synergistic effort is required, because after all, the way they're trying to take this fight is almost as if they expect the ES5 players to be stuck onto that fourth floor. There are 4 floors in the
Yep.
building. Of course, they're not going to be there. They will not be sticking their necks out from the same window they were shooting. I mean, they're just utilizing those utilities in not the best way possible. They could maybe bring up a fan approach, Lost Esports, and get this fight converted, because right now they've lost the momentum that they had after bringing down or knocking down Shikar. Now Shikar has of course been revived. DESfyme have the 2 players alive, and they are slowly and steadily making it troublesome for Lost Esports to get those 2 points.
Yeah, that's true. But Shikari, he is not healing him up. I think so. I think so. They don't have any type of heal. So, Lost Esports, they already got upper hand, because one player of DESfyme, he could not able to heal him up, right? So he could not able to take fight for too long. So if you want to, you can eliminate the whole team in just few seconds. And right now, a lot of utilities is being used.
Exactly, and Lost Esports certainly are trying their level best to get that converted into those points. But talk about teams that are outside. Look at Orion towards the Impala region. They are making their rotation, yes, finally towards Los Leones, and with that, Shikari has been knocked once again. And this is the moment that Lost Esports have been waiting for, and this is going to convert into an all-out perfect control aggression. They will walk away with those 2 points. Lost Esports did get iconic knocked, but that's a-okay, because all 4 members are right here, and they are going to be able to, well, good start to their game, I would say.
True. Just tried to fight back, but could not able to survive for too long. But you know what? I really appreciate the team, because they had a good hold. They had a good hold on the fight when the fight was in the long range. But in the close range, Lost Esports just lobbing those grenades, mollies onto them, and just because of that, they lost a huge amount of health. And if we talk about losing a huge amount of health, Sheldy and Jazz, they are having a fight, and just because of that, both the players just received a lot of damage. And Jazz, okay, he don't have any heal.
Well, for the moment, that is the case. I mean, Jazzy OP is not looking comfortable onto that spot, but he has created that flank angle and he's sticking to that for his team. And on the other side, of course, is going to be Shelby from YS Esports, and he is also not moving or revealing his position, because both of them know exactly where they're at. But move the conversation towards DES5. Now, here we have another wonderful turn of events indeed. A 3-man squad from the side of DES. Seksi is the one who's been knocked, and right here, talk about approach. Look at that. That is just aggression, dominating aggression coming in from the side of BFR, and that is the player who will try and get this player down. That is going to be Ezio.
Yep. Meanwhile, Shiko, see, is he able to do that? Yep, but he brought down to 1 HP. Oh my god, that was an incredible performance coming from the side of Ezio Lakin. But the main thing is, he got spotted out by Bad Boy, and Bad Boy, he's just hiding behind that wall, he's just hiding behind that fence, and he can finish Predator, but unfortunately, due to that, he also got knocked out.
Well, this is DEX5 chiming in, and they have been able to get those kills working in their favor. They've got 1 kill as of now. A 2-man squad is what these guys are left with. It was a 3-man army as they started the game, but right now DEX5, this is Ezio domination through and through. I mean, BFR's Shaco, no idea what he was thinking. When his team decided to leave the situation, why did he have to push on along? Look at Tiger. Tiger OP had already left the building. There was no reason whatsoever at all for Shikaro to go on to that aggression streak, but doing so has resulted in him giving away his life and, of course, giving away the point.
Yeah, true. The main thing is, sometimes the passive approach is the best thing to play but to play the Pubgmobile. But right now, the zone is just going to close in, and I can see there's not a single team in the Chumasera area, and that's where the zone is going to form. almost every single team, they have to move inside the zone. G4 finally, they are again doing those late rotations, and we already saw if G4 just focus on those late rotations, they somehow manages to outshine.
Exactly. For now, that is what the case is looking like to be, and that is looking pretty neat, I would say. Because again, when you talk about Chumasera Circle, that is where you've got all-out war between apartments, and that is a ludicrous turn of events because there are going to be so many kills, so many teams just stuck between one floor or the other of those apartments, and that's going to be wonderful. But right now, of course, as we move on down towards that, we first need to see what teams are going to be able to get into that circle, of course.
Yeah, that's the first question right now. But I saw one player using that Win 94. Players don't usually prefer this gun because of the it fires that one bullet at a time, as well as the it has that inbuilt scope that is of 2.7x, which is not going to help you a lot. But let's see how that player is just going to utilize that Win 94 into his favor. We are down to only 49 players. 14 teams are still there. We just hit the 13-minute mark on the clock, and third zone start closing in.
Absolutely, and that is where we talk about generals who are all working towards getting themselves in towards the perfect placement. And right here we've got Lost Esports that are taking some real good shots at us. Who believes in his power, in his skill to dominate, and is slowly showcasing that towards the side of generals. And generals rotation has been caught off guard. They are stuck onto that hill and will not be able to go any further because Lost Esports had the information. The only thing they do not have is probably the cover of the circle for the moment.
True, and they have to move inside the zone. Meanwhile, if they want to, they can, eliminate the two players of generals very easily. Meanwhile, we can see the players of YS Esports. They are still alive. All the players, 4 players are still there. They are focusing on the rotation. But BFR Tiger OP, he's the last man surviving for his team. He's inside the safe zone. He's playing on the edge, and he's spotted down the players of YS Esports. The good thing is, he's not fired. He not fired a single shot. He's just still waiting for that perfect moment.
Exactly, and well, that is going to be working in his favor. That snail-paced approach is what he's working towards to get those placement points. Of course, staying away from the aggression is going to be the only thing that will work in his favor. But move that conversation towards team number 19 right here. That is going to be, of course, Leopards. They are looking pretty comfortable in that compound. But Lost Esports Unknown is going to be at the receiving end thanks to Ezio. This lad just does not want to stop. His aggression is just dominating the entire lobby. A two-man squad, that too. This
Yep.
guy, Zesty and Ezio, they are looking really confident from this lobby.
True, this duo is finally working out, but for how long? Because you have to at some time you'll get stuck in a 2v4 situation, in a 2v3 situation, and that's it. You have to outshine. If you talk about Salman, he dished out a lot of damage, but why he stopped that spray? He could have been taking that knock. He could have been get that knock. But at this moment, Team FTE just marching towards the players of Astro X.
Absolutely, and Team FTE and Astro X are the ones who are going to be part of this fight. It is a 4v4 situation from the looks of it, and it seems like Astro X are going to be at the back end for the moment. There are no utilities being utilized, and Astro X, what a play. Well, Salman at the receiving end, he's been knocked already. It is Usma who is going to be pushing on along towards this side, and Astro X's player Salma is certainly going to be losing his life and giving away the point. This is going to be the first point coming in from the side of Team FTE, a 4-man squad looking really comfortable. He is still trying to find where the lad is. He knows that he got a knock, but not been able to convert that into a kill for the moment.
True, meanwhile, Vegito is very close to Reback. They took a lot of damage, but unfortunately, he's received a lot of damage. And I was talking about this thing. You know what? It's just charging towards one player, just hiding inside that shack. That was a 1v1 situation, and you lost. Somehow, his teammate manages to knock him down. Vegito is just slowly and steadily just gonna bleed out. And he's also taking that blue zone damage. So the kill confirmation is going to be in just front of us. But meanwhile, Believe just eliminated the player Panda X.
Exactly. With that, Astro X has been sent back into the lobby, and with that, we've got 12 teams remaining. Right here, we of course are joined in with the Quettaknigh, and this team was on 8th spot. They are dominating team. As we can clearly see, they've got 5 kills. All 4 members are still alive, and they do not know how to put on the brakes. They are still ready to take on more fights as they go on down towards Lost Esports for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely true. Meanwhile, Fort Zones is closing in. Erangel just gonna pick off Shelby from a long range fight, and Shelby, he needs that revive. Meanwhile, SZ also coming into action, knocked out Jazzy OP of G4, and at this moment G4 they are struggling. And Erangel, okay, he got another knock. So Erangel just doing his work. He finished one player, but right now his player Mamba also got knocked out while he was just running towards the player of Abdul Hannan.
Ryan, right here, this team is something that you do not want to have your crosshairs towards, because they retaliate and they dominate every single time. But move this conversation towards team 13 right here, which is going to be Rule Breaker. We were talking about this team to showcase a bit more energy and a bit more performance. They are here with 1 kill for the moment, but they are going to be working towards getting some more, as they've got their crosshairs set up down towards the team of YS Esports. Tarzan and Shelby are the ones who are stuck behind those, and that is the trouble though. They are in the open, and now as the circle pushes on along, they are in the open. They could very well get third partied as well. And on the other side, of course, we do have Rule Breakers, and they could also bring this fight as long as Usher tries to bring in a flank approach. They're both stuck into that small little warehouse. They need to bring in a bit more off angle to bring these players of YS Esports down.
Yep, and they have to end this fight early, otherwise they are going to get taken down by the blue zone, because this blue zone, the safe zone, basically take a western side, the eastern side shift, the northern eastern side shift, and teams like teams like Rules Breaker, the fans have high expectations from them, and right now they are outshining. They already got 3 kills. Only 12 teams are there. They are doing great till now, but they have to perform well.
Well. With that, it is a perfectly controlled nade coming in from the side of Rule Breaker. Or no, not yet. That is not the case. They are still trying to find out where the last player of YS Esports went towards, and that is Tarzan, of course. And Tarzan, is going to be on through the heights, and he is on top of the roof as of now, and that is going to be working in his favor for the moment. But we shall have to see, because after all, he will probably be found out, because Rule Breakers are not going to be backing down that easy. But move that connotation towards this team right here. Now, Team FTE. Team FTE also a very dominating team, and it is looking like Tarzan might have a few shots, though he will not be able to do so, and Rule Breakers will probably be able to get that kill.
True, that's really true. But somehow Tarzan managed to survive that aggression coming from the side of Defaulter. But meanwhile, we can see players going down by the blue zone. Hannan is the one who got knocked out by the play zone. And Scarlet just gonna confirm that kill. Meanwhile, we can see the players of Rules Breaker, they are not looking pretty strong, because Orion, the players of Orion just pinned them down. Another player got knocked out by the blue zone. Noob, that one grenade was so good that he confirmed the knock. LS Scotch, he's hiding inside that bus, but his teammate, he got knocked out by that grenade.
Oh yes, indeed. And Scotch right here, as well as his teammate, they are the devilly duo that they are inside this bus, trying to take on fights, but they have, of course, given away their information as well, and their teammate Bunny OP is on towards the other side, who would have had a wonderful flank angle, but he's been caught off guard. Move that conversation towards DES once again, a 2-man squad with 8 kills to themselves. This team, boy, oh boy, what is going to stop them? Look at their positioning. I mean, they are gatekeeping, not necessarily, but they are certainly holding down the fort, just the 2-man by themselves.
True, and they are doing too good, and they are also inside the safe zone, so they can survive for so long. But right now, we can see the player who got knocked out, they need revive, and they are very close to their teammates. So the revivals are there, and we are just brought down to only 8 players. G4 Camper got taken down by Tianis, and I think so. Zesty is the one who's just gonna pick off Defaulter, and the team Rules Breaker, they take an exit on 8th position.
I mean, talk about that team. Yeah, we've got Izio with 7 kills already, and they are still not backing down. We've got 7 teams remaining as of now, and this is where things are going to get that much more interesting. We are looking at, for now, team number 20, and they are a 3-man army, and that team, of course, is I Don't Lose. Now, they have a pretty good location for themselves because they are almost at the verge of gatekeeping that situation, that circle. But will they be able to do so? Because they are only a 3-man army, and there are going to be so many teams that will push on against them.
Yeah, that's true. And Scott, he is just surviving inside that bus. He's still surviving for his team. His player, Ezio, he got knocked out. He just want to make it. He just want to pop out those smokes to make an extra cover. And he just want to revive his teammate as well. Scott just knocked out that. Spotted out the knock teammate, and he's just gonna confirm that knock into a kill. Meanwhile, Noob knockout G4 camper again. Erangel also got knocked out by Usama, and the fights are going on from every single direction.
Well, this is looking really good for the side because after all, when you talk about these teams, every single team, again, you talk about Group 8 altogether, right? Group 8 is domination. Domination, every single team is able to annihilate the competition and every single team has the opportunity to get that chicken dinner. With that, you talk about kills. I mean, you're looking at, of course, Orion right here. That is going to be Exodia, and he is trying to take on a fight with the side of FTE. That's going to be Team FTE's players, and Paraboy is in the off angle, but he will not be able to do much because he has already been he's been spotted, and Knock Finish is going to be trying to convert that kill. With that, they know exactly where Usama is, and Usama is also not looking too good because if these nades are on point, this could be the nade that will bring him down, and no, it will not. Usama is going to be taking a back set, and he is going to be exiting, but I don't think Orion is going to let them.
True. Meanwhile, Orion, they have this. They have the mad advantage. But Usma, okay, he just turned the tables, and oh my God, Orion, they take an exit at the 4th position. Scarlet, as well as his teammates, Team FTE, they are looking very, very strong. Quettaknigh they are still in the lobby, as well as there another team. I don't lose. So this is the situation. This is the situation where Team FTE can win a chicken dinner because they have the safe zone favoring them, and same for Quettaknigh as well as the team I don't lose.
Exactly, mate. And right now, of course, you talk about Quettaknigh. This team has 9 kills. Convert that into probably 10, 11 because they seem to, well, they've got the exact information where this team of FTE is, and Paraboy has already been knocked. That means if he does not get a revival, it is going to be kills given on down towards the side of Devil. But eventually, he has been spotted, and I don't lose is the one that is going to be dishing out a lot of damage towards them, will not be allowing. Whoa, that is perfect approach. That is the flank angle that you want to be able to create. And with that,
Yep.
I think this game has to go down towards Quettaknigh because they know exactly what they're doing. They've got flank angle set up, and both these lads, or rather all 4 lads, are working synergistically to bring their opponents down.
As well as the safe zone also favoring them. So it might possible they'll get chicken dinner on this last match of Group 8 for today's last match for Group 8. Meanwhile, DSM2, we know where the player is. Tiame, they start trying to dish out some damage, but could not able to convert, connect a single bullet. But the players of Team FTE, they are still on the sidelines. Meanwhile, there's Chinu, he got knocked out by Hannan. Mars is gonna pick up King 7089. Hannan also got knocked out, but King 7086, who's just gonna confirm that knock into a kill. Tiame is the one, but Tiame got spotted out by Paraboy, and at this position, they are not looking good.
Well, Team FTE is not going to be backing down. He did get that revival, and Paraboy was the one who was able to bring in that rivalry against Tiame and was able to knock him down. Now, as he's done so, perfect utility coming in from this lad is certainly going to be able to work in his favor, but he has been spotted. But will Paraboy be able to retaliate? Yes, there it is. I don't lose, utilizing the opportunity as well. FTE could be able to convert this into their game, but Yame is back once again to convert those into points. But he did not do so for the moment because, well, having players alive is going to be that much more crucial than getting those kills for the moment. Oh boy, that was almost there, Scarlet.
True. That grenade by Scarlet was so good. Meanwhile, Paraboy already gave information about Tiame, but Scarlet could not able to do much because he was on very low HP. Now Tiame already did his work. He already revived his teammate. He already eliminated whole team, and now it's brought down to only these 2 teams. I don't lose versus Quettaknigh, and this is a 3v2 situation. On the other side, meanwhile, the players of Quettaknigh, they are not fully healed.
Well, they certainly are not healed, but they have a really good game sense working in their favor. They've got a perfect flank angle working for themselves as well, but now it's converted into a 2v2 situation where indeed, when you talk about the army, he has everything going to be in his favor, but it is an open circle. There aren't that many places that he could find the cover from. But it seems like Vampire right here is going to be coming outside to showcase, where exactly is the team? Nope, that is not going to be given away any position. Team number 20 is still sticking to that tree, but for how long? Because they are going to have to push on in towards the circle. As they do so, they'll be out in the open, and as they do so, the army will not let them survive, and that is what the case is. Boy, oh boy, this is a gum.
Yeah, my God. At this position, now Tiame, he has to do a lot of work. He already dished out a lot of damage, spot out another player, but my God, Noob, the way Noob played, the way Noob gave cover to his teammate, the way Noob is playing was so good, and just because of that, I don't lose. Take chicken dinner. They claim the chicken dinner and the Miramar map.
Boy, oh boy, what a wonderful turn of events it is. After all, I mean, you talk about kills, these teams were looking really comfortable and really confident when it came down to that final fight. But eventually, the way this pushed on along, this was just the game that we needed to see. Once again, though, I mean, Group 8, it is just domination through and through from all of them.
True. The way these players are playing, the way these teams are playing, so good. And especially Quettaknigh as well as I Don't Lose. They have to perform, and they performed so well. The main thing is Tommy is the one, he's the MVP for his team because he did a lot of work. He dished out a lot of damage. He converted those knock into kills. He revived his teammate when the teammate need him. He was there, but could not able to survive the wrath coming from the side of the players of I Don't Lose.
Exactly, mate. And that again, I mean, there are so many conversations that could be had about all of these teams because they are all looking really good, really confident, really powerful. But eventually, we know that only top seven teams are going to be moving on along towards the next set of matches. But right now, let's move on to the match ranking and find out how many kills did all these teams walk away with, which of course is going to convert into points.
Yeah, that's right. Quettaknigh, they are on the first position with 24 points. I Don't Lose. They secured the chicken dinner for themselves, but you know what? The point difference is still same. The point difference is there's no point difference basically. The points are still same. FTE, they secured third position for themselves with total 18 points, and we can see DESfyme, they are on the first position with 18 points. With 15 points, my bad. ORION also claimed fifth position with total 15 points.
Exactly, and as that conversation is brought down towards the final teams that are on the 13, 14, 15, 16, this is where we've got PE, Esports, Generals, Astro X is there as well, sadly. This time around, they were not able to convert those fights into their favor. But again, they will have more games later. So, fingers crossed, because after all, this is the match ranking, right? The overall ranking is what is going to state the storyboard and how the story is going to continue.
True, and I'm eagerly waiting for that overall ranking because after this we are going to get to know that which are the 7 teams who are on the top, and they are going to have a good run in the further stages of the match.
Absolutely, mate. But before we do so, let's have a look at all of these wonderful fights through the open moments. And in that, we had this early skirmish that did break down between these two teams.
True. DESfyme, the players, they did their level best, but they were the the 2-man lineup could not able to survive for too long. But as you mentioned when Brought you were casting, that this was an unnecessary push by Bad Boy because his teammate is pretty far away. Babu, he got picked off, and his another teammate already got picked off, and that was there was no reason to just show some aggression, and just because of that you got punished.
Exactly, they certainly did get punished, but this is where we move on towards other teams that were punishing the lobby. And talking about teams, there is going to be FTE right here, along with which it was Rule Breaker as well, who were in control of this fight, but eventually were able to, get away from that situation, move that towards the final few moments of the game where things got a bit too crazy. But boy, oh boy, all of these teams, I mean, you talk about Team 15, Devil Thiame, he was on point. I Don't Lose, every single player on point, but eventually you have that one team that got the chicken dinner, and with that, they have massive turn of events for themselves because the points is where they will take that lead, hopefully.
True, that's really, really true. But the main thing is Team FTE, they were showing the consistent performance, and that's what I like about the teams who were consistent. They know how to play, they know how to perform in those crucial moments. But still waiting for that overall ranking because I know there was a tough competition between all the
True.
top five teams who is going to be on top after this game. And you know what? The team I don't lose. It might possible they secured top 7 position for themselves.
It seems like it. Another thing to talk about would probably be Astro X, right?
Yeah.
Because again, I mean, last game they did really well, but this game around they were not able to, get their feet set into the ground when it comes to the Miramar map, and that is where things went south for them. They walked away with only 1 or 2 points. So with that, I
Yeah.
mean, enough banter. Let's have a look at the overall ranking, find out what the storyboard is stating, and for now, it
Okay.
is DESfyme with 29 kills, 47 points, still sticking to that lead, but Quettaknigh, they get themselves on the second position.
True. They were on the 8th position after this match, and before this match, my bad. And now, oh, that is a really good lead. But Orion, they are on the 3rd position, and Astro X still after a bad game, still they are on the 4th position, which shows that yep, they performed well in the previous 2 matches. G4 Esports on the 5th position with 28 points. Same team BFR, they're on the 6th position with equal number of points. But look at the difference between the kills and the placement point. G4 Esports, they totally focus on those placement points, and team BFR, they just balance those placement and kill points. But team FT on the 7th position with 26 points, and I don't lose, they secured 8th position with 25 points.
Absolutely, mate. This is just the play what was required, and that has resulted in wonderful performance from all these teams. But only 3 games are done. There are still games remaining for them.
Yep. 6 games are still there, so you still have 6 chances to prove yourself. Meanwhile, Leopards, we can see they are on the 9th position with 23 points. So after the 11th, the 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, these teams, they have to work on their gameplay. They have to outshine, otherwise they'll get eliminated from the PMCC Pakistan.
Well. Hopefully that will not be the case. I'm gonna keep my fingers crossed for
Yeah.
that. But dude, what a wonderful turn of events! What an incredible turn of events this has been.
Yep, I totally agree with the point because you know what, the teams who are on the top, they were so good. And I just want to mention the players from Team FTE. They were so good. The gunpowder is literally so on point, and same for Astro X. But in the last match, due to that Chumasera circle, then after that circle, it just formed towards the western side, the northern western side, just away from the Chumasera. Just because of that, the players got confused that where should we go, and the teams who are in the circle, they were gatekeeping for those teams who just want to be inside the safe zone. And just because of that, every single team who has that who had that manpower, they got eliminated.
They certainly did. And with that, we have our day coming to an end. Wonderful turn of events coming in from, of course, Group 7 as well as Group 8. But the story will continue on as we go on from one day to the next when it comes to, of course, the championship, the campus championship. There are in total, 7 teams from every single group that we're going to be looking at, right? The top 7 teams are the ones that will move on forth. But right now, the competition is looking really dominating and really fierce.
Yep, the competition is so good. But let's talk about the teams from the group 7. The team, they were so good. Futuristic X, they were so good. Chapad Ganju, they were so good that their gun power is just showcasing, because in just one match they secured 29 points. In the third match, in the Miramar map, they again secured 29 match. So in the group 7, Chapad Ganju, Futuristic X, as well as no Sympathy, they were totally dominating. And in this group, Fyme, G4, Orion, as well as Astro X, they were also dominating. But the difference is still close in the group 8.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. That is just a close knit affair coming in from these teams. But eventually, I mean, in total, they're going to be playing 9 games, right, Phoenix?
Yes, they are going to play 9
Absolutely.
games.
Till now, 3 games are done. There are still so many more that remain. But with that, we do reach the end of our day number 4 of Pubgmobile Campus Championship Pakistan region. I've been joined in with Phoenix. I'm Blotter. Until our next stream, that's going to be, of course, tomorrow. Take care. Sanara. Bye bye.